watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are going to be with you for the next 4 hours here, and we appreciate you joining us here today. Just a couple of days out now from Thanksgiving. A couple of things that we are tracking today. We are following up on the plea deals that were announced yesterday in the alleged illegal gambling ring out of Lake and Osceola counties that ended up with the Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez behind bars. His estranged wife, a number of other co-defendants have now pleaded guilty. We are going to take a look at what that means now for this case and for the case specifically against the suspended Osceola County Sheriff. I'm going to bring in Jose Rivas, defense attorney, in just a minute, but I do want to begin with some breaking news. This is a new court document we just got our hands on here at Fox 35 in the Anna Kepner case. And again, this is once again a new document when it comes to the family law proceedings, as we have talked about extensively. This is a custody dispute, essentially, that is going on in the family court, unrelated to the death investigation of Anna Kepner, but these are the documents where we have learned some new details about how that investigation is going in the absence of any official information from the FBI. So this new document is showing that the father of Anna Kepner has now been subpoenaed to to appear in court for that next family law hearing. And the reason we bring this up as an update is because that court document that we talked about yesterday, a gag order request in that case specifically mentions comments made in that case that they say is one reason they want to see a gag order. So I want to go ahead and bring in Jose Rivas, who is a criminal defense attorney, unrelated with either one of these cases, but always has a good expertise and perspective to provide for us. And Jose, just briefly here, I just want to get your reaction. Since we talked about this with you yesterday in the Anna Kepner case, your reaction to this subpoena and what that tells us, if anything, about this family law case and the motions that we have seen in the past few days.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, thank you for having me. When you send out a subpoena, it's primarily customary. You just send subpoenas to anybody that you want present in the courtroom. What you don't want is them saying is we did not get any notice. If they don't show up to court, then the other party can do what we call a motion for contempt for not showing up, or order to show cause. But you want him in the courtroom just in case you want to call him for some testimony. You also want to call him call him into the courtroom. So if the judge is going to make a ruling, make sure that the judge can address him personally.
Okay. So that is good to know. Good perspective there, Jose. We appreciate it. And I do want to talk about the Lopez case, and the reason we brought you on here today to kind of break this down for us. And this is two co-defendants yesterday that have now pleaded guilty to money laundering charges. In the case of Robin Severance Lopez, Jose, this is a lesser charge than what she was previously facing in connection here, and it appears going to avoid further jail time with this plea deal. What's your reaction to what you saw with her plea deal specifically?
Well, we remember she was out on bond. They revoked her bond, put her back in jail, and now it's when you don't have any time and you're in custody, you're going to take a deal. What they did was they offer her a lesser account, which is money laundering, which is different from RICO or racketeering. Money laundering deals specifically with one particular action. For example, you receive money in this particular case, you receive money knowing that it was illegal, illicit money. You try to what we call money laundering. So it's very specific. On the other hand, racketeering is you don't even need to participate in the actual crime. The simple fact of just being in an agreement to participate, in an illegal activity, and you can be distant yourself from the actual action. So it's a lesser count. It's a third-degree felony, which is punishable up to 5 years. She got 24 months probation. She can technically terminate at 12 months. What's interesting about this is that if you read the third page of the plea form, right, it says that she must be available to testify at the trial proceedings, anything that's relevant to this information, without subpoena. So they don't even need to subpoena her. They can just tell her, we need you here tomorrow for Marco Lopez trial, and she needs to show up, and she'll have to testify.
She had previously rejected a plea deal Jose. We heard a conversation about that in the last time that we saw her in court, and one of the reasons that they said she had kind of turned that down was because she didn't want to be adjudicated guilty, and so was not interested in a plea deal. What do you think changed to now see a guilty plea?
Well, I mean, the reality is that, and that's the reason, the prosecution, violated her second time and put her back in jail. When you're in jail, in the judicial system, if you have time and money there, you can get a lot of results. Money, you can hire experts, attorneys, time, but she did not have any time. She's in custody. She has a minor son that's outside. She needs to get back home and take care of it. So you have to wait. What are the pros and the cons? And, at this particular deal, she took the deal. Otherwise, this trial could have been taken several other months, a big toll on you, on your family, your financials, and sometimes it's a decision that you make to take the deal and move on.
And Krishna Diakaran, one of the other co-defendants in this case, he was expected to testify that he handed Severance Lopez an envelope of cash back in 2022. So if you were Robin Severance Lopez's defense attorney and you heard that or you saw that, you learned that was going to come out in court, at that point, does that kind of change the math too, Jose, as far as what you may be recommending for your client, whether to change their plea or not?
You do, but you also have to take it with a grain of salt, right? These are individuals who are offered some kind of immunity, some kind of plea deal if you give us testimony. Prosecution will tell you, you want to help yourself, help us. What can you tell us? So, you always have the opportunity to take the case to trial and cross-examine their motive. And that's one of the questions you would ask them. Did they give you a better deal because you testify? Then you're going to start breaking into their testimony, trying to attack their credibility. But nonetheless, at the end of the day, when you have an offer of probation, you get to go home today, no more jail exposure, something you have to think about it. And some individuals, they don't want to be in jail. It's a very tough place to be.
Now let's talk about really the only co-defendant in this case who has not entered a plea. Do you expect his case to go to trial, or do you think we will eventually see a plea deal with him as well?
Well, it's a classic example of the last man standing. He's the last individual. And what's ironic in this case, the person who's on top of the organization, allegedly who was running the organization, opening up the gambling homes and making, benefiting the most financially, that person, he's received a deal from the state. This particular case, perhaps they've given them a plea deal, but he hasn't accepted. The state will come in, give you a deal, take it or leave it. If you don't like it, you can go to trial. So it's a waiting game, but he's not in a good position right now because if he decides to go to trial, the state has a bus full of witnesses that come in and testify. So it's just a matter of waiting and see whether they can come to some kind of agreement that he can accept. I assume that most likely it's going to involve jail time, but at the same time, you got to take a risk at some point. Sometimes the offer is so bad that you have nothing to lose. For example, if he scores X amount and they're offering a long time in prison, sometimes you have nothing to lose but to take the case to trial and have your day in court.
But it would have to feel like if you're Marcos Lopez or his attorney, that the walls are kind of closing in on you now that everyone has pleaded guilty and, as you said, would be available to testify against him.
They would. The problem with this case is it has a lot of counts, several counts, 10 or 12 different counts. And you only need to be adjudicated guilty or one, found guilty by a jury of one to have the maximum sentencing exposure. So it's a very risky operation in the sense that you have to really risk what can the jury come back guilty with, or what can the state prove. It's a lot of witnesses, but at the same time, we have all these other co-defendants that have turned against you. It's a great opportunity to tell the state, you took everyone else, you gave everybody a deal, and my client's here today because he's innocent. He wants to stay in trial because he's innocent, because all the other witnesses that you have, they all pled guilty, and they had a motive to come in, testify, and give a proffer and cooperate with you against my client. That would be the argument if you're the last man standing.
At the same time, these are serious charges against Marcos Lopez, especially when you consider that he was an elected official. Do you think there's anything to it to where maybe prosecutors as well wouldn't want to see him with a plea deal and instead want this to go to trial to make a point? Do you think it waters it down at all if he ends up pleading guilty to potentially lesser charges?
Absolutely. And here's the issue with this case. They're focusing the prosecution on somebody who has a lesser involvement in the crime. Karen, who actually pled guilty yesterday, he was allegedly the head of the organization. Marco Lopez's involvement, what the allegations are, that he aided or abetted or helped this organization. But usually in the judicial system, you're after the big fish. The big fish played yesterday. The big fish got a deal from the state. And what are we doing right now? We're focusing on the little fish. We're focused on the little fish because he's a public official. But the reality is there's nothing in the statute. When it comes to racketeering and some of the other charges, money laundering that he has, there's nothing in the Florida statute, in the law, that says that you must get an enhanced penalty for being a public servant or being somebody that's involved in the community. That's not an element of the crime. That's not an element that the jury needs to determine. Now, does he have additional charges, perhaps doing accepting money during the campaign? Those are minor charges. But as far as the racketeering, there's nothing that enhances the penalty when you're a public figure. He should get the same treatment and the same sentencing, or actually less, that the other individual who's in head of the organization.
So he's due back in court, Marcos Lopez is, for a plea negotiation conference scheduled for December 2nd. What will you be watching for now as this case moves forward, since he is the last man standing, as you said?
Well, plea negotiation conference is not necessarily a plea. It's a status. I think there's negotiations going back and forth. I think the fact that his estranged wife is now out home, she's taking care of her children. I think that's perhaps in a strategy. You say, listen, I'll take the heat. I'll do the time. Take some kind of deal. Or if you want to go to trial. But the main focus right now is the judge is going to say, listen, this case has been going on for 5 months. All the witnesses have already entered a plea. We're ready to move forward. What are we going to do with this case? Are we going to take it to trial, or is there an offer? Now, and in this conference, a lot of times the judge is going to look and say, listen, what is the offer from the state? What does he score? At some point, if he doesn't like the offer from the state, or the offer from the state is above what we call the score, the guidelines, he can also do an open plea. An open plea is when you tell the judge, listen, I don't want to go to trial. I don't like the state's offer. Can you sentence me? And that might be another option that every defendant has in our judicial system.
Jose Rivas, a criminal defense attorney, we always appreciate you joining us and breaking this down for us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus. Good talking with you again today.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Just a couple of days out now from Thanksgiving Day, and today the Pindos Law Firm doing what they have done now for 17 years, and that is their big turkey giveaway. And joining us live now is Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz, who has been out there all morning. And Amanda, you got a big crew behind you. It takes a big team to put on something like this.
such a large team, such a fun amount of people out here, all to do a successful turkey giveaway. And before we get into it, Garrett, they have something to say to our viewers and to you. Ready, guys?
Yep. Happy Thanksgiving!
And that's a wrap on such a great turkey giveaway. And I'm here with Lou and Joel, the men behind this whole thing. Tell me, how did it go? Tell us all.
Fantastic. We distributed 3,000 turkeys throughout Florida this year. Complete satisfaction. What a blessing to be able to do it.
That's amazing. And like you said, it's not only in Orlando. Joel, tell us where else you guys went.
We were in Miami, Orlando, Tampa, and Fort Myers this year.
That's amazing. What's it like seeing all those faces, all those Floridians be able to get a turkey and then know that they're going to eat good this Thanksgiving?
Humbling. A lot of these folks share their hardships. I know SNAP benefits were not available this year, so that put them severely behind. That was, tough to see and tough to hear, but I'm just humbled that we're in a position to be able to help.
And then Joel, all these volunteers behind us. I know your daughters are back here too, so it's like a family affair too. What's it like having all these people step up to be part of something so beautiful? It's
amazing. I think they enjoy it. They've been doing it for every year since they've been born, so I think all the volunteers, there's little ones, there's older ones, our staff loves giving back.
What do you hope your volunteers take from this, from helping in such a great fundraiser and everything?
I hope they're humbled a little bit by the need that's out on the street.
And what do you hope people take when they grab that turkey and they get to eat on Thanksgiving? What do you hope that they're feeling when they get to eat into it?
Relief. This week they don't have to worry about where they're getting their meal from, so that is satisfying.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much.
You.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate
and we
it.
have something special to close it out, Garrett. They have a little song for you guys. So 3, 2, 1.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad.
I'll send it back to you, Garrett.
All right, what a great way to end it after a great event out there. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz, we appreciate you joining us and letting us enjoy some of the festivities out there. Joins me now, and Brooks, we know folks in other parts of the country kind of bracing for some disruptive weather, but things in our neck of the woods have been nice, cooperative, and all that kind of stuff.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Florida living up to its reputation. It's supposed to be like this, right?
Right.
But it's actually going to be a forecast for all, because not everybody in Florida likes the warm weather. A lot of folks say that they're victim to Florida. they were born here, they were moved here, and they can't leave, and they don't like the heat. So whatever it's called, they love it. I know. I think it's a vocal minority. I think a lot of people probably like the heat because that's why they're here. And if they don't, maybe they moved. So yeah, that's my. I don't know. You tell me. Reach out. Let us know. But here's the deal. We got warm weather today and tomorrow. It's gonna cool down Thursday and Friday. Friday really cool, and then we're back to the warm weather for next week. So it's kind of a forecast for everybody. Right now it's beautiful outside. It is a breezy morning at Port Canaveral. The palm trees there wafting in the breeze, the cocoa palms. A weak warm front moving through. That's going to bolster the warm air. It's also the sort of the preamble to the rain coming in, and the cold front on Thursday. Just a little bit of rain, mostly cold front Thursday. But you always have the warm front this time of year ahead of the cold front. Along that warm front, we may see a couple of showers along Brevard County's coastline between 1 and 4 p.m., especially from, say, Palm Bay northward through Cocoa Beach. Most of that activity staying east of 95. But if you see a little bit of rain out there, that's what's going on. Otherwise, we'll have variably cloudy skies as that warm front moves through, and balmy temperatures with highs in the lower to middle 80s. Cold front number 1, which is currently bringing rain to Atlanta and Alabama, brought some tornadoes to Mississippi, Louisiana, and even Houston, Texas yesterday and early this morning before dawn. A second cold front is going to be the Arctic front that starts to really chill things out. Let me tell you, the country is about to get its first true dose of real winter weather. In fact, Minnesota could see lows in the -20s as we get into next week. That's some real Arctic air. That's not like, playing around fall stuff. That's like legit winter. Now, if you're traveling today, a lot of people are. Today's a major travel day. The southeast is going to feature rain chances from our panhandle up through Georgia, the Carolinas, into Alabama and Mississippi. And then as you go farther north, just plain old rain, but still dreary and kind of rainy as the storm system gets organized. Upper level system brings some showers from OKC to Memphis, from Chicago to Louisville, up through Indy. And then tonight into tomorrow, that same system will bring kind of a all-day moderate rain, just a real nasty cold November rain, like the Guns N' Roses song, for a lot of the Northeast. You probably see the emotion. I've lived it for many years in that region. I know exactly what it's going to be like, and it's not going to be pleasant. But it is what it is. It's November. It really makes you feel like the Pilgrims, right? It's like Plymouth, Massachusetts in the 1600s. Anyway, as you get into the Great Lakes, it is going to be snowing, and let me tell you, it is going to be snowing like blizzard style with a clipper system rolling through the Great Lakes, and it is going to make it look like Christmas time. In fact, I officially endorse Let It Snow as no longer a Christmas song, but now a Thanksgiving anthem, because Minnesota is going to see a widespread 8 to 15 inches of snow. And that starts tonight. So Minnesota, tomorrow morning's Wednesday, the eve of Thanksgiving, a big travel morning. People get into their destination. MSP is going to be, what's the acronym, Garrett, for canceled? OUT, out, maybe?
Yeah, sure.
Well, they're going to cancel a bunch of flights. So MSP is going to be canceling a lot of flights tomorrow morning because it's going to snow all night. You know, they'll plow the runways and everything. They'll probably reopen in the afternoon. It may close the airport for a few hours, or at least a lot of the flights will be canceled. So heads up, that's going to have ripple effects across the country, and obviously that's a big hub for the upper Midwest. On the Great Lakes side, over in the UP of Michigan, where you see the 15 to 24 plus, some places could get up to 3 feet of snow by the time this is all said and done. Northern Wisconsin and northwestern portions of Michigan there in the Upper Peninsula. Just amazing. Here's a live view, by the way, of Minnesota. I just wanted to show you this. It's an affirmation, really, if you live in Florida, why maybe you have chosen to move. It's about 19 degrees, raw wind, nothing to break the wind, direction just coming on in, and snow on the side of the road. Remember those days, Garrett?
Oh, it's like making me shiver just looking at it there. Because you can tell by looking at it how cold it is.
Oh, yeah. Nobody's even on the road. They're like, no, we're going to have another cup of coffee and just let it burn off. But no, it's only going to get colder. You know, oftentimes this time of year when it snows up there, it'll melt. But in this case, it's actually going to get colder. The snow is going to be the leading edge of the real chill. Where we're talking highs in the 20s all weekend across Minnesota and the Dakotas, and then highs in the single digits and teens next week. It only gets colder. Okay, so we're exempt from all that here in Florida. It will cool down, and on Thanksgiving, this front comes in. It'll bring with it clouds on Thanksgiving Day, and maybe a shower at some point midday or in the afternoon, but mostly the weather story with this is that it will remove the 80s from the forecast and bring in the low 70s for Thursday. Then on Friday, it'll actually be legitimately cold for our Florida standards, with highs only reaching the lower 60s. Some areas to the north only in the 50s, with lows in the 40s at night. So it is going to be a cool Friday. So like I said, the weather for everybody. It'll be warm for today and tomorrow. On the cooler side for Thursday, Friday, just in time for the holidays. Good weather to work off that turkey on Friday. And then we'll warm up again into the weekend. So if you have beach plans, you could probably get away with a beach day on Sunday. But look at that. I mean, that really is kind of an interesting forecast in very Florida. This is the time of the year that people up north maybe start thinking that, you know, if they have an option, it might be time to head south.
Especially when they wake up to a foot of snow or 2 feet of snow on Thanksgiving morning.
Now, there is a school of thought where snow is a lot of fun, especially that first snow. I think that the post-trauma here exists because if you've lived up north for a long time, it will snow through April and May sometimes. So after the novelty of the first snow wears off, it's like, oh man, you don't have to live like that. You can come to Florida and live among the palm trees in the sunshine.
I would definitely choose that over the snow, no doubt about that. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You got it. Thanks so much, Garrett.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you a live look at downtown Orlando. Busy travel day out there today at on the roads and at the airport, so be careful. The busiest travel day expected to be tomorrow, but certainly a lot of folks are going to be out and about trying to get where they're going for Thanksgiving. Keep it right here. We've got much more to come on Fox Local and on YouTube, so we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning. We're live right now on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to let you know at noon, we will take you to the White House around noon, whenever it begins, which is scheduled for around noon, for the presidential turkey pardon. It is an annual tradition at the White House, and the turkey is today expected to receive full clemency. We've got Gobble the turkey and Waddle the turkey. So we will take you to that event with President Trump starting around noon at the White House. Right now, though, I want to take you to Palm Beach County, where Governor Ron DeSantis was at the Big Dog Ranch Rescue in Loxahatchee earlier today, where he was announcing legislation to protect puppies, pushing for legislation to end inhumane dog practices, some support for ethical dog breeding initiatives, a number of things included in this. And here's what Governor DeSantis had to say at a news conference at Big Dog Ranch Rescue just a little bit ago.
So we've done a lot of really big things. I think we've been very forward thinking on all this stuff, but throughout all this, there have been concerns about some of these breeding practices, some of these puppy mills, that are going on throughout the country, but including in the state of Florida. And now many breeders take care of their animals and treat them with dignity and respect. No doubt, there are some bad actors who keep these animals in inhumane conditions, and we want to put an end to that type of practice in the state of Florida. So we're proposing that in the upcoming legislative session next year, that the Florida legislature tackle new legislation, to end these inhumane practices. We propose partnering with Commissioner Simpson and the Florida Department of Agriculture to develop best practices so that we have ethical dog breeding in the state of Florida. We also will seek the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation to license dog breeders and be able to hold them accountable for abusive conditions like cramming multiple dogs in small cages, limiting their access to water, overbreeding, or leaving them out and exposed to extreme elements. Big Dog Ranch, they have all this place to play and run and everything like that, and this is obviously kind of Shangri-La for dogs looking to be adopted. And so not everyone can do that, but obviously you got to do enough. We will establish a hotline for individuals to call and report animal abuse by breeders to better crack down on bad actors. We also want to require pet stores to offer space to local shelters for adoption before they use space to sell dogs from the puppy mills. Now, most of the stores, brands, I think, do that now, but not all of them. Why would we not want to be focusing on helping find these dogs homes that are in a shelter? That should be the priority one for everything that we're doing with respect to dogs. We will also seek to protect consumers from predatory practices when it comes to purchasing dogs and increasing transparency to ensure people are not being roped in to usurious financial agreements. When families adopt or purchase a dog, we will ensure that veterinarians are providing an accurate bill of health, that there is accountability for what is signed off on with these medical statements. Shelters across the state face overcrowding, and being able to profile these animals at pet stores will help save them from being euthanized. Finally, we'll have additional legislation that provides for increased penalties for individuals who abuse or torture animals in front of a minor, which can very much scar the minor and potentially cause harm going forward for them. So I think a lot of people have been talking about a lot of the things that I just mentioned for a number of years. It always seems like the public supports it, and then some way it gets killed here, gets killed there, whatever. We want to make sure that we're able to get this done. I think it'll be good for Florida. I think it'll be good for everybody, but it'll particularly be good for man's best friend. So we're going to get the job done, and I want to thank everybody who has joined us in this effort. I know we've got a lot of great legislators who are very passionate about this project, and I know they'll be working very hard in both the House and the Senate to be able to do something very robust. And my hope is that we will be able to reconvene here at Big Dog Ranch and do 2 years in a row of really good bill signings to protect our dogs. Okay, Wilton.
Thank you, and I want to congratulate Lori for getting us all here today. And I've known Lori many years, and if you know her passion for dogs, this is just a small tip of the iceberg to be here today at Big Dog Ranch. And by the way, we have a big fundraiser coming up in a few weeks. Everyone can attend or send resources to get this done. So congratulations. I also want to thank the governor. You know, the governor has led, I've worked with the governor his 7 years as he has been governor, and he's done an amazing job for Florida. We can talk about COVID, you can talk about hurricane response, you can talk about law enforcement, you can talk about all the things that the governor has done to lead the state of Florida, you know, in this century, and one of the most effective governors Florida's ever had, and we appreciate your leadership on this effort, Governor. Today, we are here to create a transparent, consistent breeder registration system. Breeders should operate ethically, humanely, and responsible. To all of our pets, we all know our pets are our extended family members. I have to give my 3 grand dogs a shout out today, or I wouldn't be doing my job. They don't know I'm doing this, by the way, so this will be news in Dade City. But Pluto, Pongo, and Espen are all back in Dade City this morning in very nice homes. And you know, I would say very similar to this, but just 3 of them, not 800. You know, the department has had, the Department of Agriculture is home to our state veterinarian and the Division of Animal Industry. We have decades of experience with BMPs, best management practices. The department has just recently updated all 13 best management practice manuals, working with farmers, IFAS, and the University of Florida and others. BMPs have greatly reduced fertilizer use. They've greatly reduced, in some crops, 40 to 80% less water for the same crop or even more crop. So we're very, very proud of what best management practices does here in the state of Florida. Today, we're going to bring that same expertise in establishing best management practices for dog breeders, ensuring standards are science-based, practical, and enforceable. We will work with the Florida Board of Veterinary Medicine to ensure that the BMPs are based on the latest advancements in animal care and are effective. The department is proud to partner with Secretary Griffin and the Florida Department of Professional Regulation, which will take on the critical role of registration and oversight. And so we're all in this together, right? These are extended members of our families. We know that. We need to take this issue as serious as it is. And I really do appreciate the governor and his work in bringing this forward. And Lori, again, I want to congratulate. I've known Lori for many years, by the way, and I've heard about this for many years. Hopefully this year we will get something like this done and be very effective. Thank you for having me, Governor.
Good morning. Happy early Thanksgiving. I'm Melanie Griffin, and I've had the honor of serving as the Secretary of the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation for almost the past 4 years. I first want to express my gratitude to the Governor. Under your leadership, the department's mission has remained clear and consistent to protect Floridians and uphold common sense, transparent standards while cutting bureaucracy and red tape. Each day, our team works to license efficiently and regulate fairly, ensuring that trust, accountability, and safety is across Florida and at the forefront. Like so many of you, I am a proud pet owner. My son Maverick, who is on fall break, is here with me, and our 12-year-old golden lab Molly is absolutely our best friend. She is the highlight of our day and always cheers us up when we're having a sad moment or need a little love. We've been texting my husband this morning, threatening to Lori, take one of your dogs off your hands. So surprise, Mike, if that happens. But what we're really here to do is to discuss today that ensuring that when families do make that critical decision to bring home a pet, they can do so with confidence, knowing the animal is healthy, cared for, and not the victim of neglect or mistreatment. We are here to explore ways to strengthen safeguards so animals are protected before they're sold and consumers aren't forced with heartbreaking situations after the fact. The vast majority of breeders and sellers in Florida are responsible, compassionate, and professional, and they do the right thing. Our goal is to create a fair, level playing field, supporting these good actors while holding bad actors accountable as they should be. Through greater transparency, a focus on animal welfare, and consistent enforcement, we can make sure that every pet in Florida receives the love and care that they deserve. By continuing to work hand in hand with veterinarians, responsible breeders, retailers, shelters, and local officials, we can build policies that keep animals safe while supporting businesses that operate with integrity. No one wants unnecessary red tape, but what we do want are clear, enforceable standards that prioritize safety, fairness, and welfare, fully aligned with the governor's results and his driven approach. The legislature represents a common sense solution that protects families, supports responsible businesses, and strengthens animal welfare across our state. We are thankful for the governor's leadership and partnership, and of course that of Commissioner Simpson's in this legislation, and we look forward to continuing our work with all of you and the legislature to deliver meaningful, lasting policies this session. Thank you.
And that was from that news conference earlier in Loxahatchee. Again, you heard some of what that legislation would entail and the importance of that. You know, if you are a dog owner, you know that pets are part of the family. You know, and not even just dogs, even though that's specifically what this legislation is kind of looking at. But if you're a pet owner, you know that whatever pet you have, they're often part of the family, and it can be sad to see cases of abuse and unhealthy pets and unethical processes and procedures that go on from some of those bad apples. Well, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we still have a lot to get to, so keep it right here on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we will be right back after this. And as we go to break here, let me give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let's talk a little soccer here, and a huge milestone over the weekend for legend Lionel Messi, and also really setting up Inter Miami for quite a bit of success in the MLS playoffs as well. Their chance to maybe lift the trophy, just a couple of wins away from that. Let's bring in Michelle Kaufman, who is a writer with the Miami Herald. And Michelle, we appreciate you joining us again this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Hey, nice. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. It's an exciting time to be the beat writer for Inter Miami. Let me tell you that. It's a team like no other that I've covered in 38 years. So pretty unusual to have Lionel Messi on the team.
Yeah, talk about that. And this was a huge milestone, obviously, over the weekend, hitting 1,300 career goal contributions, the first in history to do that. I mean, that in itself is impressive.
Yeah, well, there's a statistic every day that you just say, okay, which superlative shall we use on this day? Which adjective, which superlative, which statistic? I can tell you that in the 4 playoff games so far, he has 6 goals and 6 assists. So 12 contributions, sets a new MLS record with 2 rounds to go. So he's had 6 goals, 6 assists. Let's see what else. Over the past 7 games, he's had 11 goals and 11 assists. Over the past 7 games, 11 goals, 11 assists, and the last 25 goals that Inter Miami has scored, Lionel Messi has contributed to 22 of the 25. So it's not just that he's a goal scorer. We know that he scores a lot of goals, so does Cristiano Ronaldo. He scores a lot of goals, but in addition to that, he creates for other players. He creates. Like, these numbers are very even, 11 goals, 11 assists, 6 goals, 6 assists. So he's equally scoring and setting up everybody else to score. And when he does that, and when the team around him is the right mix, it's very difficult to beat them.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, it kind of elevates the performance of those around him as well. What do you think is responsible for kind of this team and seeing them kind of at this other level right now of play, especially with Messi?
I think obviously Messi is Messi, and so you're always, when you have him and when he's on fire and playing the way he has, and especially considering this team has played more games than any other team in the league. They've played 61 games this year, if you count the preseason, and they played in the CONCACAF Champions Cup, they played in the Leagues Cup, they played in the Club World Cup, and they're playing MLS regular season, which is something no other team is doing, having played so many games. And yet, at 38 years old, he's not only healthy, but it seems like he is in peak form. After 60 games, the little guy, number 10, is still, he's in peak form, and he is hyper competitive. The guy just loves to win, loves to play for the big moment, for the trophy. And the MLS Cup is one trophy. He's won everything there is to win in soccer, but he has not won an MLS trophy yet. And this will be his 3rd time. He came here 2.5 years ago, and they've never won an MLS Cup with him. And he really is hungry. He's a guy who, you saw this with Michael Jordan and with some of the players like that who are legends. They find ways to motivate themselves, because you say to yourself, what could possibly motivate this guy? He's won 8 Ballon d'Or trophies as the best player in the world. He's won the World Cup. He's won Champions League. He's won it with Barcelona. There's everything. He's done everything there is to do, but he finds ways to motivate himself to reach new goals that he does. And he clearly wants to win this MLS Cup. So he's playing out of his mind. And then the big thing that happened really in the last 2 games is that Coach Javier Mascherano made a bold decision, really, to bench Luis Suarez, who's a legend himself, an incredible player, has scored more than 600 goals in his career, and he happens to be Lionel Messi's one of his closest friends. So it's complicated, but he was bringing the team down a little bit, as far as he just wasn't having as good a season this year as he did last year. He doesn't have speed. They were getting beaten a lot in transition, and a lot of different things. I don't want to get into the weeds too much, but basically what happened is he was suspended the last game, the previous game before Cincinnati. He was suspended for the Nashville game, and Javier Mascherano put in Matteo Silvetti, who's 19-year-old from Argentina, from Rosario, the same hometown as Lionel Messi. And he came in and played great. And that not only he played great, but he changed the dynamic of the offense, because all of a sudden you have a 19-year-old alongside Messi instead of Luis Suarez. And they played so well in that game that Javier Mascherano made a very big decision in this game against Cincinnati, where Luis Suarez was available to play again, and he decided to bench him and start the kid again, start the teenager. And the team again, another 4-0, back-to-back 4-0 wins when it matters most against two of the best teams in the league. You know, that's the big difference in the last 2 weeks. So yes, Messi, but Messi's been there all year. The biggest difference in the last 2 weeks is who's playing alongside him.
And now they're set to host New York City FC on Friday in the Eastern Conference Finals. On Saturday. Yes, on Saturday in the Eastern Conference Finals. Just a couple of wins away now at this point. Last thing I'll ask you here, Michelle. I want to circle back to something you said at the very beginning. How you said this has been a special team to cover, very unique, and just explain how so.
Well, in every way. You know, I've been a sports writer for almost 40 years, and I've covered a lot of famous athletes, you know, in everything from Roger Federer, Serena, you know, LeBron James, whatever, in every sport. And the thing about Messi is that he is globally, he has a global, his fans worship him. It is kind of like a religion. He has 509 million Instagram followers, 509 million Instagram followers. So by comparison, I think LeBron has like 148 million. I think Taylor Swift has 200 and something million. He has more than 500 million people are following him. More than 500 million people are following him on Instagram. And I do a podcast, a weekly podcast called Inside Inter Miami. I'll just throw it in there, this little plug. And and we have audience, believe it or not, you know, they've shown the metrics that people are tuning into that show from 220 countries. So he has fans from Zimbabwe to Sri Lanka to New Zealand, you know, all over Europe, all over Asia, all over Africa, all over the Middle East. I have people writing me notes from Jordan and from Syria and from Egypt. It's all because of Messi. He is just worshipped globally. And so as the beat writer, you know, it went from being a regular MLS beat where I would just show up and walk out onto the practice field and chat with the coach to all of a sudden you have to apply in advance to cover the practice. There's a, you know, metal detector. They check my bags. I get a wristband. It's a whole different scene. It's a whole different thing. And the audience that I'm covering the team for is now global. It's not just MLS fans. It's Messi fans, really more than MLS fans. It's Messi fans. And if he sneezes, they want to know about it. So it's really different to cover somebody who's such an iconic figure in the whole world, not just in the United States.
Yeah, fascinating stuff there. Michelle Kaufman, the Inter Miami beat writer with Miami Herald. You do a great job covering that. And we appreciate your time today. I know it's a busy day for you. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
All right. Thanks for having me. Hello, Orlando.
We would love to have you back on sometime. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are getting ready for the White House pardon of the Thanksgiving turkeys. Their names are Waddle and Gobble, and we expect that to begin around noon. At the White House, we will take you to that event live when it begins. Expect to hear some remarks from President Trump. It is a Thanksgiving tradition, a fun and festive one, and we will bring that to you live here on Fox Local when it does begin. And meanwhile, preparations for the holiday are continuing here in Central Florida. You may be preparing right now for your Thanksgiving meal. If you've got a lot of people coming to visit, maybe, or maybe you're getting ready to pack up and head out of town, but we know preparations are going on in a lot of different ways. It is a busy travel day on the roads and at the airports as well today. Meanwhile, the Salvation Army in Orlando is getting ready for their big meal that they're hosting. It's scheduled for 11 o'clock on Thursday morning. A lot of work goes into getting that ready for so many folks. And Fox 35's Marley Capper was out there this morning to give us an inside look at some of those preparations and how they're getting ready for the big feast.
A lot of preparation that goes into this, and it wouldn't be possible without the wonderful volunteers behind me. How are you guys doing today? Yay, big loud cheer. Well, thank you guys for being here. Okay, we're gonna break you guys. They're gonna start doing some tasks while I introduce you to Miss Natasha Player. So go ahead and get started. Thank you, volunteers. All right, thanks for being with us today. How are you?
We're excited. We are super excited. We're great.
Okay, so you guys have two kind of major events going on Thursday. Can you break them down? What are they?
Absolutely. We'll be kicking everything off. Meal preparations dark and early at Valencia College. We have a great partnership with them. Their students, the culinary students and the chefs will be putting everything together. We have an amazing menu, and we're just going to be rolling up our sleeves, literally getting everything done. So we're excited.
Amazing. Okay, so we have a lot of movement happening behind us. They're stacking up chairs. What's the plan for this hour?
So we have some volunteers from ADP, and they're going to be setting up our tables and our chairs for our community members to come in and have a beautiful sit-down warm meal. And so this is the first part of it. We're going to be laying out pipe and drapes, getting everything set up with decor, so everything can look very festive for Thursday.
Amazing. And what time does that event start?
So our Thanksgiving meal is actually our Eric and Diane Home Thanksgiving meal presented by ADP. That's going to kick off 11 a.m. until 2 p.m. on Thanksgiving Day. Everyone is invited.
And how many meals will you guys be serving, do you think?
This year, we're going to serve approximately maybe a little more than 7,000 meals.
Wow. Okay, 7,000. And obviously that takes a lot of work and a lot of volunteers. How important is it that you guys do this year after year for the community?
You know, the Salvation Army, we love without discrimination. You know, we reflect hope, and we just want everyone to feel included. So we don't like to box people in and think, oh, this meal is only for the unhoused. But no, if you're experiencing Thanksgiving alone, we want you to come out, enjoy, fellowship with us. We'll love to love on you and enjoy a wonderful, great meal, by the way. Amazing meal.
And we're going to get a sneak peek of the desserts that they're making over at Valencia College. Okay, let's talk to one of the volunteers here. I'm just going to pick on somebody. Okay, what's your name? Len. Okay, how are you, Len?
Good.
Okay, tell me, what made you want to come volunteer today?
We're with the community pillar at ADP, so we do a lot of volunteering services, and we just like to see a big impact made with Salvation Army.
I love it. Okay, let's keep going. We have some other people. Okay, what's your name?
I'm Kimberly.
Kimberly. Okay, Kimberly, what made you want to come volunteer today?
Why not?
Why not?
Be doing this, especially during the holiday season.
We should be. Okay, and do you have like a favorite Thanksgiving menu item or like meal that you like?
Green bean casserole. You got to go with that.
Okay, what's your secret to making it?
Mom normally made it, so.
Okay, your mom. Put it up to the moms. Yeah. I agree. Okay, let's get a few more volunteers over here. What's your name, sweetheart?
Eloise.
Eloise, I love that name. Okay, what made you want to come volunteer today?
I just like to help the world and community and give back to people in need.
Yeah, what grade are you in?
7th.
7th grade. Are you here with your mom?
Yeah.
Is that your pretty mom over there? I see you. Okay, and so what made you want to come hang out with your mom today too? I mean, you're out of school. You could have been sleeping in, relaxing.
Like I said, I just want to help people, you know?
I love it. Okay, let's go talk to mom over here. You have an amazing daughter. What does it mean to be able to bring her today, to be able to give back to others?
I think it's just important to show kids, especially with what's going on in this world, and just be appreciative.
I love it. Really quick, what's your favorite Thanksgiving side?
Mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes, me too. All right, thank you guys so much, and thank you to everybody here with ADP and the Salvation Army. They are working hard to make sure that this is going to be nice and ready for everyone in the community that needs a meal. And if you do need a meal, make sure to reach out to them. Again, they said 7,000 meals that they will be giving out come Thursday at 11 a.m. So we're going to go over to Valencia College across the street and check in with the cookies that are being made. So we're excited.
Yeah, a lot of work going on there, and I love that attitude and that thought process of just wanting to help out and being asked, well, why come out and help? Well, why not? I mean, I think that's it's kind of the mentality that we all should have, especially this time of year where we know there are so many in need and so many ways that we can help. And sometimes it doesn't take much to help others, and that is a way, as we heard them talk about, that you can make an impact and help a lot of people. So that they're getting ready for that big event that is going to certainly help a lot of people. Well, let me give you a live look right now at I-4. This is through Lake Mary in Seminole County, and look at that westbound traffic looking pretty steady and pretty busy as well on this Tuesday morning. We are just a couple of minutes away from the noon hour, a busy travel day today. Not as busy as tomorrow is going to be, but certainly pretty busy. 73 million Americans expected to drive to their Thanksgiving destinations this weekend. I believe it's about 6 million expected to fly, but a lot of people out and about for this Thanksgiving holiday. Meanwhile, according to Gas Buddy, folks in Florida are paying more than $3 a gallon for gas, and that is one of the higher averages right now, and prices, of course, going up with so many people on the roads and the demand for that. Patrick DeHaan, the head of petroleum analysis for Gas Buddy, was on Good Day Orlando to talk about what drivers need to know.
So how do things compare to this time last year?
Well, virtually a carbon copy. I was looking at the data earlier. Florida is just a little bit above, about a penny above last year. The national average also about a penny above last year. If you're traveling, 25 states are within 10 cents a gallon of what they were paying last year. So ultimately, really a lot of us seeing kind of a carbon copy of last year. We are starting to see some really low prices pop up in areas of Texas and Oklahoma. So if you're going through some areas of the Gulf, you may see some lower prices. But all in all, very similar to last year. We did just see a price cycle across much of Florida. That's when you go out and notice gas prices are 40 or 50 cents a gallon higher. What that means, that occurring earlier this week, is that now ahead of Thanksgiving, prices will certainly plummet quite a bit. And with that potential peace deal, oil prices are down over 2%. That could lower gas prices into the weekend. So if you're hitting the road, don't be in a rush to fill your tank. Prices will progressively be dropping over the next week and potentially even longer with this peace deal.
Wow, that's interesting. It is fascinating how world events always have such a big impact on what we pay at the pump. Just out of curiosity, Patrick, because I think people are always fascinated, what is the most expensive price you're seeing and where?
Well, statewide, we look at California, the West Coast. If you're headed out that direction, you're going to be experiencing some of the highest gas prices. California at about $4.60 a gallon. The cheapest prices right now, Oklahoma at about $2.43 a gallon. There are a lot of sub $3 prices in Florida, but I did just mention that prices did just make that jump up. So shop around. If you're crossing into Georgia, if you're headed north, you'll see a little bit lower prices when you hit that border. Keep in mind, for the 2/3 of Americans that told us you're crossing a state line for your Thanksgiving travels, whenever you do that, it's kind of a danger zone for gas prices. Either you're going to be greeted with a nice drop at the pump by crossing out of the state, or you may see a little bit of sticker shock. So make sure to pack an app like Gas Buddy or Google Maps or Waze. That'll help you in those border communities figure out where to fill your tank up.
Patrick, what are some of the best ways to save money on gas? What are some things you like to do?
Well, almost every station now has a loyalty program, and a lot of those loyalty programs roll your price back by 5 or 10 cents a gallon. I think that's one of the best things that you can do this holiday, along with shopping around. As I mentioned, prices in Florida are extremely volatile. Some days they're well below $3. Then there's days they shoot back up. So shopping around can save you a lot. But for those traveling more than, say, an hour, using your cruise control, setting it and forgetting it, your car does a lot better job at being more fuel efficient than, say, I do, putting your accelerator down, then slowing down. So that can really increase your fuel efficiency, and that can reduce the price you're paying at the pump, in essence, if you follow those as well.
Some good advice there, some ways to save, because it certainly adds up quickly. Let me show you the AAA fuel price map now. The national average 305 right now. And if you look at Florida, it is about 308, so a little above the national average. And you heard a gas buddy there talking about crossing state lines and how it can change when you go from state to state, and it really does. It just depend. If you're looking on this map here at a glance, you're seeing those. The darker blue is the cheapest the cheapest state average. The dark red are the most expensive state averages. So, and if we kind of zero in on Florida here and look at some of this by county, when you go to Orange County, it's looking at 314, Seminole County 313, you round that up to about 314 as well. So pretty standard here in Central Florida, all around that 310 to 315 range. And then a little cheaper as you head north. So if you are going to be traveling just throughout the state of Florida, this will kind of give you an idea. But you can find more of those prices using some of those different apps that we heard mentioned as well. So a lot of different ways that you can keep an eye on those gas prices and maybe plan those stops ahead if you need to, and if you're looking for a way to save some as you fill up your tank. Let me give you a live look right now at the White House. We are waiting for the presidential pardon ceremony to pardon the Thanksgiving turkeys Gobble and Waddle. Had a shot of them just a minute ago, but I don't see them there now. A lot of dignitaries, cabinet members, and others are. Oh, there we go. You can see to the left there the turkey. So we're standing by, waiting for this ceremony to start. President Trump expected to speak any minute now. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now at the Rose Garden of the White House. Vice President J.D. Vance just walked in. We are getting ready for the White House turkey pardon ceremony. This is a presidential tradition that really has began back in the Lincoln era, but the first official presidential pardon of a Thanksgiving turkey began with President George H.W. Bush back in 1989. The turkeys expected to be pardoned today are Waddle and Gobble. They were thankfully spared from the dinner table, had the chance to enjoy some luxury accommodations as well before this event. Here is President Trump and the First Lady walking out right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Thank you very much, and I hope you like our new beautiful patio with matching stone to the White House. If this were grass today, you'd be sinking into the mud like they've done for many years, and you would be very unhappy. Please, thank you very much. This was a big day. It's a pardon day for a very important beast. On behalf of the First Lady and the entire Trump family, I want to wish all Americans a very, very happy Thanksgiving. It's a great time of the year, and our country is doing really well, economically, like we've never done before. Today, we continue a time-honored American tradition. Well, that's a well-trained turkey. See how happy he is? In a few moments, I will grant a full, absolute, and unconditional presidential pardon to two handsome Thanksgiving turkeys, and this is their lucky day. This is a lucky day for them. But before going any further, I want to make an important announcement, because you remember last year, after a thorough and very rigorous investigation by Pam Bondi and all of the people at Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA, the White House Counsel's Office, and the Department of Everything. We have a Department of Everything. You know what that is? I think that's called the White House. Into a terrible situation caused by a man named Sleepy Joe Biden. He used an auto pen last year for the turkey's pardon. So I have the official duty to determine, and I have determined, that last year's turkey pardons are totally invalid, as are the pardons of about every other person that was pardoned other than, where's Hunter? No, Hunter's was good. That was the one pardon, Pam, that was good, right? The rest of them are all invalid. I don't know what the hell you're going to do about that, but now we're going to take a little of the joking. That is a mess. But they're hereby null and void. The turkeys known as Peach and Blossom last year have been located, and they were on their way to be processed. In other words, to be killed. But I have stopped that journey, and I am officially pardoning them. And they will not be served for Thanksgiving dinner. We saved them in the nick of time. This one has plenty of time, but they were saved in the nick of time. We're thrilled to be joined today by Vice President J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, their daughter Mirabelle, and along with Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretaries Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, Pete Hegseth, Brooke Rollins, Howard Lutnick, Linda McMahon, Scott Turner, Administrator Lee Zeldin, who's done a great job. A nuclear power plant gets approved in less than a week, okay? I'm only kidding, but pretty close to that. And we have more. Where's Lee? Stand up, Lee. One of my great superstars. Thank you. It used to take 20 years before you got rejected when you put in an application. Now we're doing them in a matter of weeks, right? And that's why we have the biggest plants anywhere in the world. We're leading in AI. We're leading in everything. Our auto plants are pouring back into our country. Wait till you see the jobs coming with them. But many of them are under construction. But Lee's done a great job in getting those approvals. I appreciate it very much. FBI Director Kash Patel, who's been very busy doing a great job. Also, thank you, Kash. Along with members of, see, you got a following, Kash. Along with members of Congress, and in particular, I want to mention Jason Smith and David Rozier. Where are those two guys? Come on, stand up, fellas. What good people. Jason knows more about the tax code than any living human being. He knows so much, we don't even want to hear about it, right? Too complicated. So we're going to make it a simpler code. But we did in the great big beautiful bill that was just passed, your imprints all over that, and it's amazing. The biggest tax cuts in the history of our country for middle-income people. The biggest tax cuts in the history of our country for middle-income people, and the biggest jobs bill ever passed. And nobody thought we could get that one done. I'm glad. We actually put 4 years, actually probably 8 or 10 years, but we put 4 years worth of material into one great big beautiful bill. So that worked out very well, and I want to thank everybody for working on it. JD, that was a great, well, you know, we were going to do it in small bills. We're going to have 18 bills and do it along the process. I'm glad, Scott, that we got it done. because dealing with these Democrats, I think that was our one shot. But we have it all in one great big beautiful bill. Thanks as well to the chairman of the National Turkey Federation and the CEO of Butterball. That's a big deal. Jay Jandren. Where's Jay? Thank you. Stand up, Jay. Thank you very much. Along with his wife Leslie and their 3 children, as well as the farmer who raised these 2 magnificent birds, Travis Pittman and Wayne County, North Carolina. I won Wayne County by a lot. That means you had to vote for Trump, I think. I won by 92%. I like Wayne County. They're doing all right, right? And this is like a record-setting turkey that's going to be saved. The turkeys being pardoned today go by the names of Gobble and Waddle. When I first saw their pictures, I thought we should send them, well, I shouldn't say this. I was going to call them Chuck and Nancy. But then I realized I wouldn't be pardoning them. I would never pardon those 2 people. I wouldn't pardon them. I wouldn't care what Melania told me. Darling, I think it would be a nice thing to do. I won't do it, darling. These are 2 of the largest turkeys ever presented to an American president, over 50 pounds each. It's the largest we've ever had. And those are big turkeys. Are they as good as the normal-sized turkey? Better or as good? Do they tend to be a little fatty, maybe? No, he said no. He knows the turkey business. Anyway, despite their size, Secretary Kennedy has formally certified that these are the first ever Maha turkeys. I don't know if I agree with that. These are Maha. In other words, they could be fat, but they're still Maha. They've been fattened on a steady diet of grass, beef, to allow the smoothies and all of the other things that they've been eating for this occasion. This was a really big occasion. But they've eaten every fattening food that you can eat. We wanted to really make them special, and they really are. They're like record-setting. I've never seen a turkey that big before. Are they violent at all? Will they attack as I walk over? Because if they were, I'll stay right up here. But as you know, we're a tough-on-crime administration. We are tough on crime. You know, our border had 0 people coming in for the last 7 months, right? 0. I mean, even I find that hard to believe. They had millions and millions of people pour into our border from prisons, from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers. They poured in to our country like we were stupid people. We're not stupid people anymore. But nobody's ever seen anything. The job that they've done on the Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, the whole group, the job they've done on the border is almost like a miracle. We have, and the people that make these statistics that said 0, they've said 0 for the last 7 months. It has to be like a few people got in, but they say 0. And they're radical left Democrats to do the scoring. So I can't imagine they did that for us. The truth is, we have no people coming into our country illegally. It's an amazing statistic, and I'm very proud of it. And we have the most people working in the United States today, by far, than we ever had in the history of our country. So those are all good numbers. But instead of pardons, some of my more enthusiastic staffers were already drafting the paperwork to ship Gobble and Waddle straight to the terrorist confinement center in El Salvador. And even those birds don't want to be there. You know what I mean? It was a tough. I'd like to thank the president of that country. They do a rather efficient job. It's got to be the largest prison in history. I've never seen anything like it. And a lot of people are behaving on our streets now. You know, Washington, D.C. is considered a safe zone. This was one of our most unsafe places anywhere in the United States. It is now considered a totally safe city. I won't tell you about murders. We're having murders, like a lot of murders, on a weekly basis. We haven't had a murder in 6 months. And it doesn't sound good even to say that. We haven't had a murder in 6 months. But when you were averaging 1 and even sometimes 2 a week, and you haven't had 1 in 6 months, you can walk with your family down the middle of any street, go to a restaurant, you won't get in. They're opening new restaurants all over, and it's really been a beautiful thing to see. So Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city, and a year ago it was a criminal mess. We removed, Pam, 1,700 people, career criminals, and people that came to this city from Venezuela and many other places. They were let out of prisons and they came here. They were Tren de Aragua, a lot of Tren de Aragua, that's from Venezuela. And we got them all the hell out of our country, or they're in prisons now. And you can walk down any street in Washington and you're going to be just fine. And I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank Pete Hegseth. The job you've done here is incredible. And I hear you having the same kind of success in Memphis, Tennessee, where you had an even worse situation. And Memphis crime is down 64% in 3 weeks. And by the time you have 4 or 5 weeks, you're going to have it down almost where there won't be crime. And we could do that in Chicago, by the way, if they would let us. If the mayor was a low IQ person, but he should understand this. This is a very serious thing. You saw all the crime that took place last night, the night before. The woman with the burning, they burned the woman. To be talking about that now, they burned this beautiful woman riding in a train. A man was arrested 72 times. 72 times, think of that. And they'll let him out again. The liberal judges will let him out again. But we're ready to go. You know, we've been moving toward Chicago. We have a governor that thinks it's wonderful that only like 7 people were killed this week. But we are moving toward doing it, and we're going to, if crime gets, it's horrible what's happening in Chicago. We could make Chicago a safe city in a period of 4 weeks. In a period of 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks, it would be totally safe. And the people of Chicago want us to go there. And if you look at the crime that's taken place in Chicago in the last 2 weeks, just take a look. It's on the front page of every newspaper. It's out of control. The mayor is incompetent, and the governor is a big fat slob. He ought to invite us in, say, please make Chicago safe. We're going to lose a great city if we don't do it quickly. Make Chicago, we'll do the same thing as we did in D.C., the same thing as we did everywhere we've gone. It's become almost instantly safe. And I want to do it in Chicago. So Governor Pritzker, if you're listening, let's get your act together. Invite us in. We're going to make your place so safe. You're not going to have these crimes that are making the newspapers and the front page of every newspaper and television story, news story. We'll make Chicago a safe place very quickly. I looked at the various cases, granting mercy, discovering that the terrible trauma that everyone's going through. And I had a little bit of a Pritzker joke. I was going to talk about Pritzker in size, but when I talk about Pritzker, I get angry because he's not letting us do the job. So I'm not going to tell my Pritzker joke. They have a very cute little joke, you know. Some speechwriter wrote some joke about his weight. But I would never want to talk about his weight. I don't talk about people being fat. I refuse to talk about the fact that he's a fat slob. I don't mention it. On a more serious note, as we gather around the dinner table, I'd like to lose a few pounds too, by the way. And I'm not going to lose it on Thanksgiving, I can tell you that. Because I'm going to have a turkey, but it's not going to be that one. I hope all Americans will have the chance to enjoy the fellowship of family and friends and renew our faith in God's providence. 1 year ago, we were a dead country 1 year ago. The King of Saudi Arabia said it to me. He said it to me actually 4 months ago when I was in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. He said, you know, 1 year ago, the United States was a dead country, and now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world that do. We're the hottest country. We have $18 trillion being invested. As of now, we're not even close to being 1 year. The most ever was $2 trillion for a certain country I won't name when during the last administration. In 4 years, they had less than $1 trillion being invested in the country. In 9 months, we have over $18 trillion. It's a number that nobody has ever even thought possible. And that's in building plants and building so many things, investments in our country. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. But we have more people working. We have more people praying. The churches are coming back. I don't know if you've been reading that story, but religion is coming back to America. Some people say, oh, why would you mention that? To me, that's a big deal. And this Thanksgiving, we're also making incredible strides to make America affordable again. Walmart announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal is 25% lower than just 1 year ago. That's a big deal. According to the USDA, the price of Thanksgiving turkey is down 33% from its Biden era highs. Potatoes are down 13%. Ham is down 15% compared to last Thanksgiving. So we are down to a level that we haven't seen in a long time. Egg prices are down 86% since March, and gasoline will soon be hovering around $2 a gallon. Under our leadership, we passed the largest tax cuts in history, the largest spending cuts in history, the largest regulation cuts in history, and we have fully secured our southern border. I've also ended 8 wars in 9 months, and we're working on that final war. It's not easy, but I don't know. I think we're going to get there. 25,000 soldiers, Ukraine, Russia. In the last month, 25,000 soldiers have died. So I think we're getting very close to a deal. We'll find out. I thought that one would have been gone quicker. We did 8. I thought that would have been an easier one, but I think we're making progress. In less than 1 year, we've accomplished more than most other administrations have accomplished in 8 years. And this is a very special Thanksgiving. We thank God for his many blessings and the great success that this country has seen in the short period of time. We draw strength from the love of family and friends, and we express our undying gratitude for the men and the women of the United States Armed Forces. We love them. We pray that peace and prosperity will continue to bless our land, and together we'll really just keep this great drive going to make America great again. MAGA, I think it's the greatest expression in the history of politics. Make America great again. So once again, Melania, thank you for doing such a great job and being such a great First Lady. And now let's go and give Waddle. Waddle, by the way, is missing in action, but that's okay. We'll pretend Waddle is here. The gift that they've been waiting for. And I'll move over and I will just say very nicely, Gobble, your pardon. Come on, let's say it in front of Gobble. Thank you very much, everybody. Are you ready? Gobble, I just want to tell you this very important. You are hereby unconditionally partnered. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. That's great. Beautiful. It looks nice. Who would want to harm this beautiful bird? That's great. That's great. Thank you very much. Fantastic job. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Trump and the First Lady walking out of the Rose Garden there after pardoning Gobble, who we saw there, the Thanksgiving turkey, who has been pardoned. The president making several jokes at the beginning about the turkeys who were pardoned last year, and saying he reissued pardons for them after declaring the pardons issued by President Biden null and void. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. We just took you to the White House for the pardoning of the Thanksgiving turkey. Gobble was the turkey's name, but we also know that not every turkey is so lucky. They are not all pardoned or spared, and they do not all avoid the Thanksgiving table. And so if you are planning to have Thanksgiving on your table this Thursday, the Tampa Fire Department this week showed how to make sure things are safe when you go to cook. We know that Thanksgiving, according to statistics and data at the nationwide level, that cooking fires are a major problem, the leading cause of fires in the United States, and one of the major causes of injuries as well. And that is a risk that they see spike on a day like Thanksgiving. And one of the contributors to that are turkey fryers and people who decide to fry their turkeys but may not necessarily test their turkey fryer, may have some issues with it, or may do it incorrectly. We have seen time and time again how putting a frozen turkey into a turkey fryer and the devastation that can cause. This is Henry Ballard. He's a fire inspector with the Tampa Fire Department, talking about ways that you can test your turkey fryer to make sure your Thanksgiving day is safe and you don't see any fires.
So can you show us how we prepare the turkey to make sure that we don't have what we just saw with the fire?
First off, you're going to need to get your turkey, and we're going to put it into our pot. Then what we're going to do is we're going to fill up the pot until the top, so the water gets to the top of the turkey. All right. And what you're going to do is you're going to mark that line. Once you mark that line, you will remove your turkey from the water.
Say that one more time.
Remove your turkey from the water. Oh, yeah. Okay, do it over. Gotcha. So we're going to put the turkey in there. We're going to cover it up with water. Then we're going to mark that line. Mark the line with the water, then we're going to remove the turkey. We're going to pour the water out, and we're going to make sure our pot is nice and dry. And we're also going to make sure that we pat dry the turkey. And then that will be your level that you know where your oil needs to go when you're frying your turkey.
So let's do that one more time. The turkey, we're going to pull it out first, and then we're going to mark the line, so that way we make sure that we don't overflow the pot? All right. Any questions? Any questions, anyone?
Why not a frozen turkey? Talk about that if you will.
All right. Frozen turkeys, no bean, not good. Frozen, grease is not like water, so that's not the thing to do.
Is there a length of time? I know people are like, oh, I pulled it out the night before it defrosted some. Is there a good safe timing for how early they should start?
If you're looking to fry a turkey, you probably should start. You should have already started defrosting your turkey, or today would be the day that you need to get it out and start defrosting it.
How would you know if it's thawed and rough? Like, from the outside, it might be kind of soft on the outside, but it might be, frozen in the middle inside, right?
No, you need to make sure that it's completely thawed out. And that's why they actually got some things of different time frames for the size turkey that you have on the amount of hours or the amount of days that it should have been thawed out.
How often, I imagine that there's a vast majority of people out there that do fry their turkeys. How often do you guys see these calls out there?
Quite frequently. Quite frequently you see this happening.
You do this demonstration every year, and you still see people doing turkeys.
Yes.
It's a long way, right?
Yes.
Why is this still something
I think people don't take it seriously. Being in the fire marshal's office, you see a lot of people that just don't take it seriously. It's never going to happen to me, so they don't take it as serious as they should be.
Last question?
Do you have anything else to say about, not everybody fries their turkey. I know my family doesn't go fry turkey. Do you have anything else for, I guess fire safety or food safety this holiday season?
Biggest thing is to make sure you have your fire extinguishers. Even if you're looking to smoke a turkey or do something else, just always make sure you have your fire extinguisher and make sure you're just taking the safety to put it away from the house, away from the garage, not on a breezeway, not on any structure that's combustible. It's dangerous. It can be dangerous. If it's done the right way, it can be done safely.
All right, everybody.
You want to do this again?
If kind of just, if you would, with your hands, talk about what you have down here for safety.
Okay.
Is there any? Yeah, like what kind? Is there a certain kind of fire extinguisher people?
This right here is a class ABC, a 210 ABC. ABC, so it does all AB. It does A fires, B fires, and C fires.
Explain what an A, B, and a C fire are, just for the public.
Yeah, just different. Each letter stands for a different combustible that it will take care of.
Hey, I wanted to ask you. I have an ABC fire extinguisher, but it needs to be recharged. You know a place where it recharges it?
Yeah, it's a lot of different places. You got A to Z. It's a whole bunch of different places. A couple places that you can just go drop it off,
Yeah.
and they'll just switch it out for you.
Yeah, any place in like South Tampa area?
Ooh,
or like,
it's a place right there on Cash Street. I can't think of the name of them, though. It's
You're on
like
Cass?
Cash, yep, right there.
Like toward downtown?
Cass and like Albany, it's a place right there that
Yeah.
you can go,
Okay.
and they'll take care of it for
That'd
you.
be convenient.
Yep.
Okay.
And then at the houses, we don't really care so much about them being inspected and maintained like we do at a business. So you can always just pick up one from Home Depot.
Yeah.
Yeah, pick up a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the older ones, they'll still do the job.
Yeah, I mean,
they'll still do the
look,
job.
you reminded me because
Yeah.
it's just a size smaller than that, but I see ABC
that
in the
was
same
I
page.
said 210. That's actually a little larger than 210.
It's good size fire
Yeah.
extinguisher. Yeah, so oil and water. Tell me what people do with that causes problems.
The biggest issue that we find is people don't let their turkeys thaw out completely. Like if you have a huge turkey, it should have already been thawing out probably this weekend, and so it'll be ready by Thursday. Or they keep water, they wash out the pot, they don't clean all the water out.
You know, it sort of reminded me of generator advice when you said don't do this in the garage. Why is that?
Garage, you want to don't fry anything, so if you have what just happened earlier, if it does a fire happens, it's somewhere that it can be maintained. It's not going to catch anything else on fire, so that's why we don't recommend garages, breezeways, patios, anything with an overhead or anything like that. So if something does happen, it's maintained to the driveway or wherever out in the open.
Yeah, move to Christmas trees real quick for a second. A lot of people are going to get their Christmas trees now and putting them up. What advice would you have for folks getting Christmas trees?
Nothing flammable around your Christmas tree. Those things, when they go, they burn very hot and burn very fast. So just nothing flammable around them.
You mean like away from furniture and stuff?
Away from any candles. People like to light candles. Anything that could possibly light the Christmas tree, we recommend getting that all the way from the Christmas trees.
And I guess when you say they go up fast, I guess you're talking about live Christmas.
Live, yes, sir. Your live Christmas trees. They go up really fast and they burn really hot. Yes, sir.
Yeah. You know, the holidays. I mean, you guys have to work during all the holidays and stuff. It must be when you have to respond to a house that they've, had an accident with their turkey or their Christmas tree is going up in flames. It must sort of be even more sad to go to a call like that during the holidays when something like that has happened.
Yes, sir, and that's why we do what we just did earlier to try to prevent this. It can all be preventable and prevented, and just trying to give people the safety and the know-how to do this stuff and do it safely.
And preventable fires, just to make sure you take those steps. Have those fire extinguishers as well on hand if you do have concerns. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Officials in Lake County say they want a refund from Kroger. This comes after the announcement made by Kroger last week that they plan to shut down their fulfillment center in Groveland. It's a large facility there that has about 1,000 people employed. But they announced that they are planning to close that because they just have not met the financial expectations that they had hoped when it came to their delivery of groceries that came from that facility in Groveland. Now, county officials in Lake County say they're asking for a $1.3 million incentive back. Apparently, this was part of a 10-year deal. We're now in between years 3 and 4. And so the county attorney in Lake County said they're looking at potential legal challenges and potential cause of action over a breach of contract. Fox 35's Matt Trezza spoke earlier with Lake County Commissioner Sean Parks about this situation, what the county wants to see, and their concern of the impact of this facility closing down.
Well, we're still devastated by the news, that we received just last week, especially obviously right before the holiday season. Our staff is treating this with all the urgency of a natural disaster, as I've been saying, and I'm really impressed. They're really trying to rally around helping the workers that are there that come February will not be working there anymore. That's their number one focus right now. It's the biggest concern for me personally too is just making sure that there's some kind of transition plan in place and trying to help them out as best we can right now. So we'll look at that. We're very thankful to Career Source who's jumped in to help us. Our lead agency is scrambling to try to find opportunities as well. So that's our focus. But we're obviously very devastated. I'm disappointed to say the least. Angry. Feel like the rug has been pulled out from underneath me, with this move, literally finding out minutes before our county commission meeting started last week. It was quite a shock. So it's just starting to set in a little bit, and it's disappointment. And we'll see what happens moving forward when it comes to the incentives, which I know people have been asking a lot about. So.
How much money in incentives did Kroger, and is it just Kroger, or is it Kroger and like a UK-based contractor, I think, that also ran the facility?
Exactly, yeah. So it's Kroger. It was a Kroger-Okata partnership, and that Okata is a UK-based company, and of course Kroger is based in Cincinnati. The Okata side is the technology and how the robots and everything at the facility, help assemble the orders. It was very high tech. So the incentives was over 1.2 million so far. It's important to point out, because there's been a lot of questions. We have or had a 10-year deal with Kroger Okata, and we were somewhere in between year 3 and 4 on this. So what they would do is they'd pay their taxes, their property and tangible property taxes, just like any business would. And then if they had met the criteria on a year-by-year basis, they would get a certain percentage of that back. So that's totaled a little over 1.2 million so far. What'll happen now is we're looking for this coming year, what we would have already budgeted, because our budget is done. We just did our budget in October. We were budgeting that incentive to pay back, assuming that they were going to make their incentives. So what we'll probably do, or at least we're going to look at as a county commission coming up this Tuesday on December 2nd, is actually using that money, what would have been their incentive, to focus that back on helping the employees that lost their jobs. It could be training, it could be assistance, something to that degree to help them find another job, another career. They will obviously not get any more incentives moving forward. And personally, I believe that it is a breach of contract. So I think our attorney is looking at this. It's a legal question. I want to point out and be very clear. that it's a legal issue moving forward. But personally, I think it's a breach of contract, and I think the 1.2 that's already been paid out should come back to the county. But that's my opinion, and I point that out. It's a 10-year contract, and they were supposed to, they're supposed to uh, abide by that contract over 10 years. And, here we are, we're only into 4 years and they pull out. So.
Gotcha. If they had fulfilled everything according to the contract over the 10-year period, do you know roughly how much in incentive money they would have gotten?
I don't know the exact number, but I know Jeff is listening, and we'll get you that number. Yeah, I don't want to tell you because I'll be wrong as soon as I say that, but.
Sure. Do you know how
Yeah.
much money in this year's in incentives that would have gone to them and will instead be going to the affected workers?
Yeah, I think this one could be up to $400,000. So it could be, so coming up on Tuesday, December 2nd, we could be looking up to $400,000 that would have been incentives for them, and channeling that back or diverting it back to actually helping the very people that were that lost their jobs.
Sure. And that 1.2 that's been paid up, that has been to just Kroger or Kroger and Okada together?
Kroger and Okada, both of them. Yes.
Got it. Very good. How do you feel at least being able to channel that money toward the affected workers, giving them that help?
Yeah, I mean I personally really like that thought. That's right now it is a crisis. You have these great people. I mean, I know some of them personally. They go to church with me. There's people that I know that are out there in the community, and they're really devastated right now. So I think it's a good move, or it could be a good move for us, helping them this year. I will also point out, of course, that Lake County is a great place to do business. So we're going to get through this. This is tough. I do think that will help, and I think there's a lot of talented people here that have worked for Kroger and are losing their jobs. But I think that maybe presents another opportunity for them somewhere else in the county. We're going to try to help them find those opportunities. So I think this is it's a good move to try to help them in this coming year.
Very good. Under the contract, what were some of the standards or requirements that needed to be met in order for them to get this tax rebate?
Yeah, in total investment and capital dollars into the county, meaning the equipment and plant facilities that they have there, which they did. It's a very high tech facility. They invested in that, and also jobs that are at least 115%. So they're above what our average salary would be. So that's important to point out, as these were jobs that were going to actually raise the average salary, basically the prosperity level, if you will, of the county. So these were higher than average, and they had to prove that they brought those jobs in, and they had been doing that. So that's the good part about it. So I mean, there's 1,200 or so employees, so they were obviously doing that. It's just we needed it over a long period of time, 10 years.
Sure. Do you have any idea what the average salary they were getting paid was?
I don't. We do. I can get that information for you. I do know that the Okada side had some very high level jobs. So this is important to point out. 6 figures or more, that on that side, right on down to, the workers that were delivering and the handling the orders and the day-to-day operations, if you will. So we'll get you that range though of the salaries.
Perfect. Thank you. And what's it like for this to happen, not just before the holidays, but during the holiday season?
Yeah, I think it's the worst time. I mean, gosh, I'm, and even though I know they're going to have their job through the holidays, through January, through the new year, it's still, the timing is terrible, because you have to put yourself in their shoes. What are they going to be thinking about? Even though they may have a job right after the holidays and it's going to be phased out in February 1st, that's what's going to be on their mind. What am I going to do? So they're sort of, it's almost, you wish it could have waited at least till after the holidays, because this is what these people are going to be thinking about throughout the holiday season, and I just really feel for them.
For sure. How you said they're going to be phased out starting February? So starting February till when? Is there like a window period that they're going to be?
It's my understanding that everything ends in February. So meaning there's no phasing out. It's just that they're shutting it down. And I believe it's February 1st. We'll check on the exact date, but so it's going to be pretty abrupt.
Sure. And was there any, I mean, obviously companies make the decisions that they make, but was there any indication when Kroger was moving in and they were setting up shop here? What was the hope, and what kind of vision did they lay out for, here is the work we're going to be doing in Lake County?
Yeah, I personally had the opportunity to meet the leadership of Kroger, their team from Cincinnati, and then also the leadership from Okada from the UK. And, we were very optimistic. We loved the partnership. We competed against not only a few other locations in the Central Florida area, but other locations throughout the Southeast. And we won. They loved the quality of life that is here. They love the workforce. They love the location. I mean, that is a beautiful location for logistics and distribution and the last step manufacturing, because it's so central to all of Florida. So everybody was at the time was very optimistic about it. We all had a great feeling about this. So this was a total shock. I mean, I had no indication out of the blue. There was no lead up to this. It was just very all of a sudden this past Tuesday that we received the news.
Gotcha. And I guess the only other question that I have is there, as far as the building itself, the facility and the technology that's there, is there any plan for that? Can it be repurposed in any way? Will Okada be just taking that stuff with them? We know what's going to happen?
I don't know whether Okada will take the actual equipment on the inside, because it is very high tech and sophisticated robotic type of equipment. I don't know what they're going to do, but I will say again that Lake County is an incredible place for business. So this will present an opportunity. The building itself, the location, even the equipment inside will present an incredible opportunity for somebody else. I really hope and believe it will. Again, because of the location, because of the available workforce, because Lake County is so business friendly, and because just the quality of life that your younger workers at a lot of times are looking for. They like the quality of life, and Lake County has all that. So I think it's going to be a good opportunity for somebody. We don't know exactly what will happen. I hear things out there. Well, somebody might be interested in it for this, and yeah, somebody's going to maybe potentially approach us. We'll see. Nobody has, but we'll see. I do think, again, it's because of everything that I mentioned, something will come up there. Yes.
All right. That's everything that I wanted to ask. Is there anything else you want to tell me or let me know?
No, I think, again, just to stress that, we feel we feel horrible. We feel terrible that these employees got this news right before the holidays. We're going to try everything we can do to help them, assist them with the transition. I think brighter days are ahead for Lake County. If we just keep focusing on what we know is good. This is a setback. It's their loss. It's their loss long term, I believe. I think that they pulled out of a great location. Whatever their decision is, it's a business decision, but I think they made a mistake. But we'll move on. I think there's other opportunities for us. In the meantime, we're just going to help the people that have lost their jobs.
Gotcha. And again,
Lake County Commissioner Sean Parks speaking with Fox 35's Matt Trezza about the situation in the county after the announcement that Kroger plans to close down its fulfillment center in Groveland. Also want to give you a traffic alert right now, also in Lake County. This posted on Facebook about a half an hour ago from the Claremont Police Department, saying that a car has hit the building of the Lake County Tax Collector's Office there in Claremont. They say they have evacuated that building as a precaution, the building will stay closed while officials assess and make sure that it is safe, structurally sound. Still no update at this point. They say they will provide an update, though, as they get more information. So a car into the building at the Lake County Tax Collector's Office in Claremont, and that building has now been evacuated. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. We are nearing the 1 o'clock hour and want to bring you some of your News Plus headlines right now. 2 co-defendants in an alleged illegal gambling operation in Osceola County have now pleaded guilty to money laundering. The big story breaking yesterday with the plea deals announced of Robin Severance Lopez, the wife of the estranged wife of suspended Osceola County Sheriff Marcus Lopez, and Krishna Deokaran, who is believed to be the owner of the club where these illegal operations were taking place, according to investigators. Fox 35's Marley Capper has more details on those plea deals.
Good morning. Now, this new plea means she will no longer spend any time behind bars. This comes weeks before she was supposed to set trial. In the first week of November, Robin Severance Lopez, the estranged wife of suspended Osceola County Sheriff Marcus Lopez, was in court. I was there, and she denied the plea deal from the state. Yesterday, they reached different terms. She will now serve 24 months of probation after pleading guilty to 2 counts: money laundering, which is a downgrade from the racketeering charge she originally faced, and providing false information for bail. Court documents show adjudication will be withheld. Her attorney says that detail was important to her and wasn't included in the earlier plea, which she declined. Another co-defendant, Krishna Deokaran, entered a plea. Investigators identify him as the owner of the illegal casino at the center of the case. Deokaran pleaded guilty to money laundering. He has agreed to serve as a witness for the state. The charge carries a possible sentence of up to 5 years, but he will not be sentenced at this time. Suspended Sheriff Marcos Lopez will be back in court next month for plea negotiations. He faces 2 charges: racketeering and conspiracy to racketeer. Now, there's still lots more in this case as it continues to unfold.
Yeah, he is due back in court on December 2nd. And earlier today, we spoke with attorney Jose Rivas, who is not affiliated with the case, but talked about what impact these plea deals might have on the case of Marcos Lopez specifically. We talked about that in the 11 o'clock hour. You can find that full interview right now on Fox Local and on YouTube. We're also going to revisit that in our 2 o'clock hour. Another big story we are continuing to track, and that's the investigation into the death of Anna Kepner, a Titusville teenager who was found dead on board a Carnival cruise ship. The teen named a potential suspect in her death is believed to be the stepbrother of Anna Kepner, and we have learned from court documents that he may be called to testify in a custody hearing. This ongoing dispute in a family law case that has been the source of really all of the information we know about this ongoing investigation into the death of Anna Kepner. Attorney Joel Leopard was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about some of the peculiarities of this case.
Let's first talk about some of the particulars of this case, because it is one where we don't really have a lot of information. The FBI has not been forthcoming with much information so far. Some of it is what we've learned from family members and not necessarily from official sources. But we have now heard that Anna's death is being called a homicide. Why is it important to know that, and what do prosecutors do with that?
Well, it's important to know, what type of charge that the minor is potentially facing and what that would look like for him once the prosecutors eventually move for it to be transferred to federal court. Additionally, it's the type and length of sentence that he might be facing. If it's a simple involuntary manslaughter, he might be facing just a few years if tried as an adult, whereas if it's second-degree murder, he might be facing more in the range of 20 to 25 years.
Joel, why do you think that we've heard so very little from any official source on this story? Why do you think that they're being sort of tight-lipped?
Well, that's not unusual in a case like this. Hasn't been an indictment yet. And so they're putting together all the pieces they need in order to make an airtight case, or best case that they can at this point. And so we'll probably get more details once the indictment happens and once the evidence comes forward.
There are some people who are frustrated, don't understand why an arrest hasn't been made. All we know right now is that this 16-year-old stepbrother has been removed from the house and is staying with a third party. And other than that, we really don't know much else about anything about him. Is that normal that there would not be an arrest yet, only a few weeks after this happened?
Yes, it is normal that, the FBI is building their case. Once an arrest happens, then it starts the speedy trial clock for a juvenile. And so it limits their ability to get all the information that they need in order to build a case against the minor, if that's what they're doing. Some of the things we've heard, Joel, and there's also the fact that this happened over international waters, right? So that also complicates things. But some of the things we've heard is that there is video in the hallways of the cruise ship showing who went in and out of that room. There are things, the key card that they use to swipe, to get in and out of the room. How helpful is all of that information? I mean, it's likely going to produce a very strong case for the federal prosecutors. Once it is in federal court, we've got key cards, potentially video. We'll know who was in the room at any particular time. We've got potential testimony from the younger brother. So it's likely going to come out as a very strong case if it's what it's looking like right now. You mentioned, involuntary manslaughter is a possibility. How difficult is it for the prosecution to be able to prove that there was intent in this case when, you have a victim who can't talk and then potentially a suspect who's not talking? Well, if you've got the cause of death as a bar hold, as it looks like it is, right, that's something that would have to require a sustained, cutting off the airway for several minutes. So it's easy to say, or it's a lot easier to show intent when you have a situation like that. Likewise with the cover-up, potentially, of shoving your sister, if that's what happened, underneath the bed, if that's what the prosecutors are going to allege. That's how they would likely try and show that intent element.
So still so many questions swirling around this case. We hope to get an update in our 2 o'clock hour from Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who is continuing to dig into this and learning some more from court documents today as well, including the subpoena of Anna Kepner's father, who is asked to appear in court for the next proceeding in that family law case. So we will certainly stay on top of that. Also in court, a judge yesterday denying a request to halt Florida's upcoming black bear hunt. This was a request from Bear Warriors United, a group that had sued the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission over the upcoming bear hunt. They say that it was not based on sound science and they wanted it stopped. But the judge, Angela Dempsey, in Tallahassee disagreed as she gave that decision yesterday. I should point out this was for an injunction hearing. This was an injunction hearing. The Bear Warriors United wanted that hunt temporarily paused while the case moves forward. They said that they wanted a full hearing from FWC to go into all of the reasons for the bear hunt. And so for that to happen, they needed a pause on that bear hunt, which is scheduled to begin December 6th. That injunction was denied, and here's the reasoning the judge gave for doing that.
Okay, so a temporary injunction obviously is an extraordinary and drastic remedy that can only be granted when the 4 elements of the injunction are met. I'm going to find here that the plaintiff has not met their burden on substantial likelihood of success on the merits. There is a rational basis for this rule. I'm going to find that there hasn't been, plaintiff hasn't met their burden on irreparable harm or public interest. Mr. Orlando's testimony this afternoon was very credible. Of course, the 2015 hunt was found constitutional under the rational basis test, and this hunt is significantly more conservative than that hunt in 2015, both in number of bears that could be harvested, as well as the timing, when it's a little less likely for more female bears to be killed. I believe also present in this hunt is a 100-pound minimum. And I believe in 15 that the permit total of 320, that was just statewide and not by bear management unit like it is this year. Additionally, the stakeholders participated in the rulemaking, and that supports the defendant's position. Additionally, irreparable injury cannot be found where the asserted injury is eventual or contingent. And a lot of the testimony from the plaintiff today, from the plaintiff's expert, had to do with the dispersal. And there was some speculation on how that dispersal, how hunting would affect dispersal rates and what have you. So based on all that, I'm going to deny the motion for temporary injunction, and I'm going to ask that the FWC provide me an order by December 1st, which is a week from today. Because I'd like to get the written order entered, by maybe like the 3rd. So we have it a couple days before the hunt. And then on the motion to dismiss, since that issue is not as pressing, I'm going to ask that both sides prepare an order on that so I can make sure I carefully consider that, because I have a little more time with that decision. If I ask both sides to prepare in order by December 15th, is that enough time for you, Mr. Craps? That's 3 weeks from today.
Yes, Your Honor. I appreciate the break over Thanksgiving.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe 2, but that with Thanksgiving, that would be unreasonable. Is December 15th okay with you, Ms. Parnell?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I guess I'm hoping, Mr. Flores, if it's okay with you, that maybe you can just work with FWC, or would you rather do something else on the motion to dismiss?
I could reach out to Ms. Parnell. We have reached out to her, and certainly it's our desire to work hand in hand with the agencies.
Okay. And if there's something where you guys don't see eye to eye on it, and you're wanting me to include a couple other paragraphs or what have you that address your issues more particularly, you can, of course, submit that if you need to. And then I don't think I said this, if you could email those to my assistant in Word, the proposed orders, so I can edit them.
Your Honor,
yes.
Could we have maybe December 2nd by noon, since tomorrow is the last day of this week for state agencies?
Okay, that's fine. So by noon on the 2nd.
Yes, ma'am.
And like I said, just make sure that you email it to my assistant, so then I'll get it right away.
And I hope to get it to Mr. Craps tomorrow, but that gives us a little bit of time to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yes, yes. Okay, and I, of course, considered, and you guys did a great job, I considered, of course, everything presented today as well as in the papers. Okay, anything else today from the plaintiff? You're on mute, Mr. Krebs.
No, Your Honor, thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Anything else from you, Ms. Parnell?
No, ma'am, and sorry for running late.
That's okay. Anything else from you, Mr. Flores?
Well, ma'am, thank you, Your Honor. Have a great
Okay, thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
So that was the wrap up of yesterday's hearing. Wrapped up just after, or right around 5 o'clock, a little bit before then. It was a couple hour long hearing as they heard the judge heard those presentations from attorneys for Bear Warriors United, from the FWC, from witnesses as well. So that was something to continue to watch. The injunction hearing has been denied, but the injunction has been denied, but that does not mean the case is over. We will see what happens next as it continues to move forward. And again, that bear hunt is scheduled to begin December 6th. There have been permits issued for up to 172 bears, I believe, that could get killed as part of that hunting period, several week long, starting December 6th. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. A lot of cars on the roads around our area this afternoon. It is a busy Thanksgiving travel day, so if you are heading out and about, certainly be careful, give yourself extra time, drive safe, and drive slowly as well. Although that decision might be made for you if you continue to see backups like this around the area. We're going to take a break, and we will be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Disturbing details in a case out of Pinellas County where a caregiver is charged with felony neglect of an elderly person and drug possession. The sheriff's office says that this woman left a 69-year-old woman with disabilities alone at Largo Central Park overnight. Fox 13's Jennifer Veglas spoke with a criminal defense attorney about these charges and Florida's recent crackdown on elder abuse.
Yeah, look, what this defendant is accused of is abandoning and leaving this elderly disabled woman essentially on the side of the road in a park to fend for herself. At the end of the day, this woman wasn't even able to walk. She had a walker. Her cell phone was taken from her, and she was abandoned overnight by her caregiver. And ultimately, if you are accused of such an act, it's a felony in the state of Florida. And when the state of Florida looks at these cases involving the elderly, it's really similar to how they look at child abuse. And if you have a child, that child isn't able to care for themselves, isn't able to, to fend for themselves, to do things to protect themselves, and you abandon that child without the necessities for that child to survive or maintain, as child abuse. Well, the same thing really applies to the elderly. If you have an elderly individual who's in your care and custody, and you fail to maintain the necessary shelter, clothing, provide them with medicine that is required for that person to sustain, then you could be charged with and potentially convicted of a felony. And in this particular case, the defendant, who was the caregiver to this woman, abandoned her, left her in a park to fend for herself overnight, left her without her walker, without her cell phone, without the necessities for this woman to survive. And ultimately, she was arrested and is now being prosecuted by the state of Florida for this crime.
Now, I did see, like, over the past few years, hasn't Florida kind of really gone down harder on these people who are accused of elderly abuse?
Yeah, without a doubt. And look, Florida has an elderly population, and the state of Florida protects the elders the same way they protect children. And in our state, in the state of Florida, in this particular case, if you abuse the elderly, if you exploit the elderly, if you take their money, deprive that person of their savings, their finances for your own gain, or fail to provide the elderly person who's under your care and custody with the necessities for that person to survive, you'll be charged a felony. And if that elderly person is seriously injured or dies, then you're charged with aggravated elderly abuse, which is a first-degree felony. So at the end of the day, the state of Florida does treat these cases very seriously. And the prosecution of these cases does often result in large sentences for individuals if they're convicted of these type of crimes.
Now, are these cases, is this something that you see very often in our area?
Yes, we see these cases very often, especially when you talk about exploitation of the elderly. And we see a lot of those cases where family members, friends come in and say, oh, we'll take care of your finances. We'll look out for you. And at the end of the day, they wind up stealing from that elderly person because they don't know what's in their accounts. Elderly abuse cases are also very common. We see a lot of these cases where the elderly individual can't take care of themselves. They can't fend for themselves. Someone becomes their caregiver, and then the elderly person is too burdensome on them. So that individual doesn't do what's necessary as that caregiver, and that's provide them with shelter, with clothing, with the necessities, the nutrition to survive. And in the most extreme cases, we see these elderly people dying or passing away due to the result of the neglect, of the negligence, of that act of the person failing to provide those necessities for the elderly person. So we see these cases quite often, and this is really just an example of things that we see of how the elderly are abused in the state of Florida. And this case is a little extreme. I mean, we have the defendant actually just leaving this woman and abandoning her on the side of the road. And in addition to that, we have her found with drug paraphernalia. So when you put two and two together, it looks like it's a related case where someone's abusing the elderly, and is it because they're using the drugs or because they're engaged in other activities? That's all tied into her arrest.
Okay. Is there, I don't know if you can weigh in on this, just any advice that you can give to our viewers about finding the right caregiver? Is there a certification that you're aware of, or?
Yeah, look, so there's cases where they start out where people have the right motive, where they want to take care of this person. And I've seen cases like this where their motive is right. However, they become overwhelmed, they become overburdened, and they didn't realize what they got into when either volunteering or being assigned to assist an elderly person. And if that's the case, there's resources that you can call, the Department of Children and Families. The same way you could call DCF on somebody who's abusing a child, you can call DCF on somebody who's abusing an adult, or if you need help with an adult. So for people not to get into this position where you're overwhelmed, where you can take care of yourself, nonetheless an elderly person, people have to be careful what they're getting into. And if you see somebody, a neighbor, somebody involved, an elderly person who you think is being abused, then law enforcement, DCF supplies the same resources they would as if a child was being abused, because they're really looked at in the same way. It's like a child can't take care of themselves. An elderly person at times can't take care of themselves either. And that's why you have certain caregivers who take over that role to provide the necessities for the elderly person.
A concerning case, the sheriff's office there in Pinellas County saying they found that a woman in the early morning hours, she was asleep on the sidewalk, didn't have her walker, didn't have her medication, and had soiled herself. So very serious allegations against this caregiver, who is now facing charges in connection with this. We will hear more about that case coming up in our 2 o'clock hour with Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay when she joins us for our Tampa Connection. Right now, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. You might be planning some large gatherings this week for Thanksgiving with family, with friends, whoever it may be. One thing you may want to keep in mind is that the flu cases are on the rise. So wash those hands, cover your mouth if you cough, do whatever you have to do to make sure you stay healthy. The Florida Department of Health says that there is a rise in flu cases all across Florida, but maps show it. We're seeing it right here in Central Florida as well. Dr. Jason Littleton was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about the implications of this, especially this time of year, the holiday season, and what we can do to prevent it.
It's that time of the year. We hear this every year. Yeah. Flu rates are up, but they're especially a little bit more increased than normal. They're actually up 6% right now, and they're up 4% over a 3-year average.
Wow.
More people are coming to the ED. More people are going to urgent care as their primary care physician. But what's interesting, Amy, and I want to bring this up, is that with the advent of home testing, since COVID, people can take a COVID and flu test at home, and sometimes these cases go unreported. because there's no way to report a home test. And so I'm encouraging people to make sure that if they test positive by a home test, to tell their doctor, tell someone so that they can get help and we can help them walk through it.
Right. Well, twofold. One, because then we can know that the cases are on the rise. But two, because if you don't get it in that first 24 to 48 hour window, you miss out on Tamiflu. Is that right?
That's right. That's right. And there are treatments, and sometimes people don't know that they could take something to help them through the flu. And so that's why it's so important that if you take a home test, to let your doctor know, because they can tell you about important supplements, they can tell you about important things that you may not think about, that to help you get through it faster. It's so important.
So, case scenario at my house, I have my little guy, 15, got flu B. He tested positive for flu B. He actually didn't have it that bad. Sore throat, not much of a fever. He was still pretty mobile. But most people, when they get the flu, they are out, right, Doc? Okay.
Right.
So you were saying it's really A is the one that's really bad right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. One of the strains, and we've heard this before from 2009, H1N1, when we had that pandemic, that's one of the main predominant strains going around. There's a H3N2 as well that's going around. And these are influenza A, not so much influenza B that we're seeing. And, you know, look, they're very well controlled when you get to your doctor and you get help. But for people who are elderly, who are very young, those who are immunosuppressed, it can really be devastating. And so I really encourage people to tell their doctor what's going on, go to the ER. And sometimes you may not know if you're having flu, RSV, or COVID, so it's so important to know. And there's treatments for COVID. So that's why if you take a home test, please let your doctor know. Don't just self-treat, and we can help you through this.
So flu shot, let's talk about that real quick, because there are a couple of options there too. But if you test positive for A, you can still get B, right?
That is true.
Right.
That
so
is
just
true.
if you're like, well, I've had the flu, I don't need to get the flu shot, that's not necessarily true.
Well, the flu shot, we try to cover for the most strains that are out there, but it's still important to know that you could still get the flu. And if you think you're having symptoms just because you have the flu shot, you still want to get tested. And again, you still want to know if you have COVID or RSV or some other viral syndrome that's going on. Sometimes the common cold can mask itself, but generally with flu, people usually have, you know, sore throat, muscle aches, and they're really feeling worn down.
There's the mist is back. I think that it went away for like a year, right? But you can also do the flu mist, which is one that goes in your nose.
Yes, you can.
How is that in comparison to the shot? Because some people just don't like the shot.
Well, you know, it serves protection. I think the shot's better, but again, everyone doesn't like getting a shot. And so it's so important to, if you think that you need protection, talk to your doctor. These aren't mandatory vaccines, but talk to your doctor and get the one that's right for you, one that you can tolerate.
That was Dr. Littleton on Good Day Orlando earlier today. Well, we are just a couple of days now from Thanksgiving. Are you a turkey trot family? Are you one of those who likes to go out and do a 5K the morning of Thanksgiving? It's a pretty popular thing. A lot of folks do enjoy getting out and walking, running, jogging, whatever the case may be, before a long day of eating and sitting around the table on Thanksgiving. One of the things that we have seen, and one of the trends that seems to be growing in popularity, is people wearing those weighted vests while they're running. And a physical therapist from Orlando Health, his name is Ethan Triplett. He was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about the reasoning behind using those weighted vests and whether there is a benefit to using them as well. Here's what he had to say about that.
Let's get right into it. Weighted vests, first of all, do they work?
So the research has been pretty conclusive that there is a lot of good reasons to wear a vest. One, it forces the muscles all the way up the spine to really engage, creating a more stronger core and a stronger spine. It's also been shown to actually help calm the nervous system as well. That input through the muscles, through the spine, has actually been shown to decrease your nervous system, help with things like stress and things more like anxiety. There is a few mixed opportunities of whether it's safe for all populations, but for the vast majority of healthy adults, it could be a very good alternative.
I think a lot of it depends on the weight of the weighted vest, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Let's talk about that.
So a lot of times when we recommend people start adding in some of these weighted vests, a lot of times we say to start at about 5 to 10% of your person's body weight. You want to really slowly bring into this. You don't want to go too far too quickly. So a lot of times we say 5% of your body weight, use it for about 1 to 2 weeks. If you're doing good with that one, slowly start increasing that weight as you feel comfortable.
And that's what I did. I started with a 5-pound. You and I were talking off camera, and now I know I need to upgrade to a heavier one because I didn't want to do too much. And I have found that weighted vests have really worked for me. Some people say, oh, not so much. But I really feel it gives my workout a boost, right? And how so? I know for me, I just feel like I get in better shape when I
Yes.
wear the weighted
Absolutely.
vest. But what say you?
Absolutely. A lot of times as a spine therapist
Sure.
specifically, we work a lot with people that are having a lot of difficulties with their spine, activating their core, staying upright, especially with their posture. The weighted vest actually pushes down on those muscles, forces them to activate a little bit faster, a little bit stronger, actually provides a little bit of a safer alternative to get those muscles activating to stay taller, stronger, and more supported while you're doing your activities.
Okay, I have to tell you, everywhere I go, I see people wearing weighted
Exactly.
vests now, and I
Yep.
see people walking in them, jogging in them, running in them. Is there one form that's better than the other? For example, I walk in mine, I do not jog or run. But what if you do want to jog and run it? Does it put more pressure on your body?
It does put more pressure, especially in more of your bigger joints, such as your knees. So
Okay.
those that have pre-existing arthritis in those knees may not benefit for it as much, just due to the amount of pressure that's putting onto it. So I'd recommend, if you are going to do it, try not to do it if you have arthritis. Slowly work into it. Your first time wearing it, I wouldn't suggest going on a 10-mile run. Slowly start walking into it. You can gradually pick up into it, doing more of your resistance training, into a jog, into more of a run as well.
Can you demonstrate how you wear a weighted vest?
Absolutely,
I'd love to
yes.
see.
Feel free to grab one as well.
So this one's a 10-pound one. How much is yours?
I want to say this one's about 10 pounds as well.
Okay, good.
So the difference between the two is that yours is an adjustable, mine is a fixed one.
Okay.
This one's a little bit too small for me, just the sizes
You
that
wanna
we
trade?
have. That one's also too small for me as well.
Okay.
Yep. And so when you're looking for a vest, you want to make sure it's tight but not too snug.
Right.
Obviously, this one's a little bit too tight for me, but you also want to make sure it's not too loose.
Right.
As you're running, as you're moving, it is going to shift and try to change your weight.
Yeah.
You want to make sure it's not rubbing in places that can result in chafing or bruises or any kind of
This
skin.
feels great. I love this
Yep.
10-pound vest.
I'm telling you,
Okay.
that pressure pulls you down. It
Yes.
really engages those muscles and
You
helps
can
calm
feel
it
it.
down. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You want to go for a walk after this?
Absolutely.
Let's
Yeah,
do it.
absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
Good information.
Absolutely.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
Yeah, so not just a trend, but actually a helpful tool. I think a really interesting conversation and helpful conversation. There's some good bits of information about the benefits of those and things you may want to consider if that's something that you have potentially been looking at. Well, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we still have a lot to get to. So keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is a live look at I-4 through Lake Mary. This is the view from our tower above the Fox 35 studios here off Skyline Drive in Lake Mary in Seminole County, and quite a view out there. It has been busy all day on the highways. It's going to continue to be busy over the next couple of days. Then we'll have probably a couple days with a little less busyness on Thanksgiving and Black Friday, and then right back to it over the weekend. As a lot of folks, 73 million people across the country expected to drive to their destination and back, and about 6 million expected to fly to their destination and back. So going to be a busy week at airports across the country as well, including Orlando International Airport. Tomorrow expected to be the busiest day at the airports. But let's go ahead and take a look right now at the flight status board. I just refreshed this page in the break here. So it looks like many of these flights today are on time and are boarding, which is what you love to see when you're talking about so many flights. You see, I'm scrolling through here, and these are departures for the next hour or so, and it looks like I see one delay, a flight into Atlanta, but that is just about it over the next hour and a half. So things are looking good for those departures. I'm going to bring this back up to the top of the page, and we'll check out arrivals here together. This is over the next little bit, and it looks like on time. Some are already arrived there, so let me scroll down, and continuing to see a lot of on-time flights throughout the afternoon. So that is certainly good to see. One of the other things you need to keep in mind if you are going to be going to the airport is parking and wait times, making sure you give yourself enough time to get to your gate to make your flight. I just refreshed this as well, and security wait times here. You see at the 3 different security checkpoints there, 12 to 16 minutes for gates 1 to 59, 4 to 7 minutes for 70 to 129, and then the Terminal C gates 10 to 13 minutes. So really not bad at all. These are a little shorter than the last time I looked, about an hour ago. So these wait times are fluctuating a little bit throughout the day, but overall not too bad at all on this Tuesday afternoon. Now I want to show you parking availability. This is something certainly to keep in mind, and we will likely see this change over the next 24 hours or so. Right now, parking garage C is full, but all of the other parking options are open. That includes parking garages, that includes valet parking, surface lots, economy parking as well. So right now you can see parking is still open and available. You can also reserve parking online ahead of time. Make sure that you have a spot to get to when you get to the airport. So that is certainly good to see right now. But like I said, tomorrow is the big travel day, the one that we expect most people to be flying in and out of. So you may want to check those parking garages and the parking availability tomorrow as well before you head to the airport. Now let's take a look at gas prices. I know we did take a little bit of a look at this earlier today, and I want to just start back out. This is on gasprices.aaa.com, and so this is their national fuel map here. You can see it broken down by state. The national average today, about $3.05, and then when you look at Florida, it's about $3.08. Specifically here in Central Florida, Orange County, $3.14. Seminole about the same, Volusia pretty close to the same, Lake County 312, Polk County 312, Osceola County 312. So Central Florida looking pretty similar. Sumter County kind of really holding steady with the Florida average at 305. You get more into the northern part of the state, a little bit cheaper, in fact below $3 a gallon in some places, and then in the panhandle as well, significantly lower. So one of the cool tools as well, they've got a gas cost calculator that you can kind of plug in where you're going and estimate the costs of that. We did hear earlier today from Gas Buddy and one of the analysts there who talked about some of the ways that you can save on gas. And part of that is planning out those stops in advance, and a tool like that can help you do so, because we do see when you have that national map open that there are fluctuations once you cross state lines. So certainly something else to to keep in mind if you are going to be traveling over this Thanksgiving holiday. Let me give you a live look right now over downtown Orlando. And earlier today at Lake Eola, city leaders celebrated what they're calling the Swantennial. It is the 100th anniversary of the swan boats coming to Lake Eola. They've been around since 1925. Who knew? I did not know that those had been around that long, but it is certainly one of the city's more recognizable and beloved symbols, seeing the swan boats out on the lake there in the middle of downtown. And one of the ways that they are celebrating this Swantennial is with a special gold-wrapped swan boat that is the centerpiece of the Swantennial celebration. Mayor Buddy Dyer and Commissioner Patty Sheehan were out at Lake Eola today for this unveiling and for this celebration. And here's what Commissioner Sheehan said about how it makes Orlando unique.
It's a very special day. It's 100 years of swan boats on beautiful Lake Eola, and this is actually the original swan boat, and it was pedaled by someone on the back, and people would ride on park benches. It was 10 cents for children, 15 cents for adults. It's changed a little bit since then, but we're really proud to have people be able to come to enjoy beautiful Lake Eola Park. It is a very different experience when you're on the water than when you're on the land, and the swan boats are really beloved, and I'm glad that we got our gorgeous golden swan for people to pedal and enjoy on the lake. And I'll always be remiss to mention Queenie, our swan, is alone, our little black neck. So if anybody would like to make a donation to Swanathon, we would surely appreciate the help, because she lost her entire family to the avian flu. So again, the swans are one of the most beloved symbols of our city. It's on the boats. People come to see them here at the lake. We just did the swan roundup this past weekend. We have the most swans on the lake that we ever had before, so it's been very successful. It's been a great swan year, but unfortunately not a good swan year for blacknecks and the more exotic varieties that we've lost. So if anybody wants to help, we'd love that. And again, it's very historic. People say we don't have any history in Orlando, but you know, for 100 years, that's pretty cool. And this is something that we can point to that we do that was kind of unique and different here in the city of Orlando.
When you hear the term Swantennial, what goes through your mind?
You know what? It's just fun. You know, I mean. When I first came here, the swans weren't being taken care of. You know, I first got elected, you know, people would come to the park and they would harm them, unfortunately. And now they've kind of become the beloved mascot of the city. We take care of them now. We feed them. We give them veterinary checkups. They're really healthy. And, you know, for me, it's just a matter of making sure we take care of our beloved pets. And for me, it's you know, this place has always been special. It's always had a really special place in my heart, and it's just more part of that, loving the swans and anything that has a swan on it, including my shirt.
So you mentioned Queenie. Tell us about it.
Yeah, Queenie is a little blackneck. We have 5 of the 7 varieties of swans in the world, and Queenie is a blackneck swan. They're very rare. They're hard to mate in captivity, but when we had the Swanathon several years ago, we got Queenie a mate, and she had babies, and we were very excited because we had 5 blacknecks. That's almost unheard of in captivity, and unfortunately, we had the avian flu that went throughout the Lake Eola Park a couple years ago, decimated the exotics. Of course, it killed the most exotic swans like the blacknecks, the whoopers, and the trumpeters. So we're trying to get that population back up, and if people want to make donations or corporations, we really appreciate it. It's all tax deductible. But, you know, I hate to see her alone, and she's always here by the swan boats. It's so sweet, you know, because I think that she just doesn't like to be alone. And, you know, I'd like to see if we can, in Orlando, people in Orlando have a big heart, see if we can get her some friends.
Anything else we need to talk about?
No, just if you come to beautiful Lake Eola Park during the holidays, make sure you do not feed the swans bread or popcorn. Popcorn kills them. Bread is bad for them. It gives them a condition called angel wing. We have feeders throughout the park. Please feed them the proper diet and keep our beautiful swans at Lake Eola healthy.
The swans there are beautiful creatures. I love the shot that you could see of the golden swan boat on the lake, and you could see a couple of swans swimming alongside it. They are certainly a symbol of our city, and we love seeing them. And love seeing the swan boats out with the special golden swan as well. That's a nice touch for this Swantennial celebration going on in the city of Orlando. Well, it is a Thanksgiving week, but it is also rivalry week. The Florida Gators are preparing for a big game this coming Saturday against the Florida State University Seminoles, and going to be could be a tough one for the Gators, coming off another rough loss against Tennessee. They lost 31-11 over the weekend. Quarterback DJ Lagway struggled again, and the Gators, even under interim head football coach Billy Gonzalez following the firing of Billy Napier, still have some work to do, and their work cut out for them for the remainder of this season. Interim head coach Billy Gonzalez talked about the Gators preps and how things are looking as they kick off this rivalry week and get ready for a game against the Noles.
We didn't start fast on either side of the ball this week. Tennessee scored TDs on their first 4 drives. Offensively, we couldn't get anything going in the first half, and we went in at halftime significantly down, 31-0. First quarter, they had 190 yards. We had 1 on offense. And you go over just total drives. Tennessee had 9 drives. Scoring drives, they had 5, 56%. Average starting field position, they started on their own 34. Average time of possession, they were at 3.50. Average yards gained per drive, they were at 50. Average number of plays per drive, they were sitting at 8. 70-plus yard drives, they had 2 of them. 10-plus play drives, they had 3. 5 minutes or more time of possession drives, there were 3 of them involved. 1 minute or under drive, they didn't have any. And then obviously the average third down conversions down in distance for them was 5.6 yards, which was really manageable. Points off turnovers, we had a turnover on downs when we went 3rd on 4th down, so they got 7, and they had 0 3-and-outs. Conversely, from our stats, total drives, we had 8 to their 9. Scoring drives, obviously, we only had 2. Our average starting field position was on our 18. Average time of possession for us was 3.2 per drive. Average yards gained, 31. Average number of plays per drive was sitting at 6 compared to their 8. 70-plus yard play drives, we had 2, which was pretty impressive from that standpoint. 10-plus play drives, we had 1. 5 or more time of possession drives, we only kept the ball 1 time when we kept it time of possession. And then the average third down distance was 8.3 to their 5.6. Didn't have any points off turnovers, obviously, and then 3-and-outs were a key factor. I told you we had 3 of them. Key metrics that we look at that, and you start looking through explosive plays differential with runs of plus 12 and passes of plus 15. Explosive runs, 54 yards. We had 2. We had 2 explosive passes of 53 yards. So overall, they had 10. We had 4. So obviously there was a 6-play differential between us and Tennessee. Rushing yards, they did a really, really good job. They came out. They've been balanced offensively as far as running the ball and throwing the ball. I think the one thing that they've done, and we've got to do a much better job. The last 3 teams have come out and kind of been heavy run against us, and they've done a good job. So we've got to do a much better job of stopping the run. They came out and they had 51 rushes for 248 yards. Conversely, we had 30 rushes for 104 yards. Got to continue to get Jaden Baugh the ball. He's doing a good job when he's running, so we got to continue to keep pounding him. And then, obviously, from my standpoint, we're putting last week's game behind us. We've got a tough opponent that we're going to move on to this week. Get ready to start. We play a really talented Florida State team. They went through a 4-game stretch at the beginning of the season. If you take a look at that, they lost 4 games by a total of 1 score. So right now, if you take a look at that, they could be probably sitting here at 9-2. They're looking back on their season as well. Can easily be looking at a 9-2 team coming in here that they play. They do a good job. They convert on 3rd and 4th downs at an extremely high rate, at a 53% rate. Offensively, they rank 4th in the nation in passing yards completion. Tommy Castellanos ranks 1st in the nation in passing yards completion-wise. They've got some big targets. Deuce Robinson, he stands out to me on the offensive side, ranked 6th in the nation in receiving yards per game, and 7th in yards per reception. So defensively, they're big up front. They've got great size up front on the defensive line. They do a good job. They've got a young freshman that's come out, and he's played really, really well for them. And Mandrell DeSur, he's 6'4", 262. He leads the team in tackles for loss and sacks. And then again, Daryl Jackson's big up front, big force in the middle, standing at 6'5", and he's 341 pounds, and he can take up some space in the middle. Earl Little is a player that's got a lot of playing experience in the back end, a senior. They kind of move him around, number 0. They move him around in the back. He'll play the middle of the field, but they play coverage kind of similar to what we call Tampa, but we kind of designate him as what we call a middle hole defender, and they let him run. Real active, leads the team in tackles, and he leads the team in interceptions. So got a tough test. We've got to get back out on the football field today and continue the process. And again, our goal is to try to end the season for the seniors, have an opportunity to play one more time in the swamp for them, and get a victory before we leave the season behind us.
I know you've discussed the importance of the team kind of staying in the moment, present day, looking forward to this upcoming game. But I guess even candidly, like with where things are in the season, with the coaching search that's ongoing,
Sure.
Do conversations come up with you? Players looking for advice about the future? Anything of?
No. Nobody's really asked about questions about what they're for the future, and we've kind of, from our standpoint as a coaching staff, continue to keep pushing. And again, for us, it's about being in the present right now, being today. Continue to keep working hard, continue to grind. Obviously, the season and success rate that we wanted, obviously, is nowhere near where we need to be. And for the University of Florida, which demands excellence, and it should demand excellence because it's a premier program. So our whole objective is to continue to keep grinding, continue to work, and get better each day.
Injury looked pretty bad on the field. Is there any status or update?
We'll get a little bit more. I know this morning Tony came by with the injury update, and there's some guys that were banged up a little bit. We'll get some more update here as soon as this meeting's over. I'll go down and get a chance to meet with him. But yeah, we have some guys that are a little banged up, but we got to just kind of see where our numbers are and kind of make some adjustments. But absolutely, there's some guys that were hurt.
You alluded to Jaden before. I mean, the chance to get him a 1,000-yard season. I know individual stats aren't always important, but just for that, or what that would speak to the offense and the offensive line to be able to have a 1,000-yard rush, would be the first time since 2015.
I think that's big. I think individual accolades are always nice to attain. But I think if you were to ask the team right now if we'd rather have a win or a 1,000-yard rusher, I think they'd probably say both. But I definitely would lean more on a W. But Jaden's a workhorse. He's an extremely gifted young man. Talk to him. His size, his strength, his athleticism, his speed. He's got great feet. I think you've seen him put his foot in the ground and being able to utilize a great tight spin move for extra yards. And then, again, he's not just a strong power running back. He's nimble, but he's got exceptional hands. And I've talked about that over and over, about the ability to set him on one-on-one against linebackers out of the backfield, which he had this past week. We brought him out of the backfield to the right-hand side, and we've been running a little bit of choice route with him where he has the ability to break in or break out, and did an excellent job. He kind of stuttered the linebacker and then continued on a will. So he's a special football player. Would it mean a lot? Absolutely. It would mean a lot to him, our team, but at the same time, our number one goal is to try to get a victory.
How did Caleb play?
I'm sorry?
How did Caleb Banks play?
Caleb played, I thought he played good. I thought he battled. The one thing that you can probably tell after the first series is he's winded. He's gassed. He was winded. He hadn't been out there for a long time. I think the world of him, again, for fighting to come back and help our team. So extremely impressed with him for going out there and doing everything that he can do. He'll be better this week, obviously. But, yeah, he was a little winded, and he'll be the first one to tell you that. But you can see the power and the strength. He's got strong, heavy arms, heavy-handed, and really anchored the inside on some of those plays for us. So it'll be good to get him back and playing again this weekend as well, too.
You don't
see anyone getting him on his back foot often, right? He's usually moving forward.
He's usually moving, and he's got strong hands when he strikes. He's very violent. He can anchor his feet. He's strong. He holds the ground. So that's what you're looking for. He's a premier inside three technique or a shade at this level and at the next level.
You guys need to do something a little bit different on defense. You're playing a lot of too high safety and light boxes, and they're running on you. I mean, you alluded to that earlier. Well, it seems like that's been the trend.
Tennessee does a good job. I think Tennessee does a good job of spreading the field. We mentioned that last week. They do a great job of spreading the field. They put receivers outside, 2 yards outside the bottom of the numbers. They try to get you into a one-on-one situation. So if you're going to play one high man-to-man coverage, you're going to take the shots. And they've been really, really successful throughout the season. I will say that we did a pretty good job of eliminating that. We gave up 2 pass plays that were of 20 yards or more, which is an explosive, which they've been really, really good at throughout the season. So what do is you try to take that away. You can try to play either 2 high shell behind it to give yourself a little luck, and then you put the pressure on the safeties to make tackles. And I think they've done a good job from that standpoint. The bottom line is we got to tackle better. I think talking to Ron, I think we had 17 missed tackles in the first half alone that we had an opportunity to make, and that's what we've got to be better at that. I compare tackling to a receiver blocking on the perimeter. You're on the perimeter as a receiver. You have an opportunity to make a block to help your team be successful. And to me, that has nothing to do with athletic ability. It has everything to do with heart and how you go about the game. And same thing with tackling. Tackling, there's going to be some tackles that aren't pretty. They might be ugly, but it's you versus him. And it's me saying, listen, my will's a little stronger than your will, and I'm going to get you down. So we've got to be better at that on the back end.
Something that just kind of showed up this week.
No, you can go back to the last 3 games, and we haven't been good, in my opinion, of getting guys down. I think the teams, Kentucky came out and they obviously ran the ball against us. Ole Miss, who's usually probably, we say balanced, but they're going to probably throw the ball a little bit more. Tennessee, I would say, is a little bit more throw heavy, and they came out and they ran, like I said, they ran the ball 51 times. So we've got to do a much better job of making the tackle, and at the same time, that's what I just said. That's an individual. It's one-on-one. You've got to be able to go make that tackle. So space creates opportunity, and they did a pretty good job of making that.
Certainly room for improvement for the Florida Gators. Again, it's the Gators and the Noles coming up on Saturday afternoon. Kickoff for that one slated for 4:30. Well, we still have another hour with you here on Fox Local and YouTube, but we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We'll welcome in our TV audience for Florida.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. If you've been with us over the last 3 hours, we've covered a lot of ground when it comes to our live streaming news coverage. We still have one more hour with you, and we've got a lot to come over this next hour as well. We are going to dive into some new developments in the investigation involving suspended Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez and what the plea deals were from some of the other co-defendants, including his estranged wife, mean for his case. Will we see his estranged wife, testify against him if his case goes to trial? We talked about that earlier today with a defense attorney who's not affiliated with the case, but was able to give us a lot of good information and perspective on that. Florida lawmakers pushing back on Trump's proposal for drilling in the Gulf. We're going to get into that and a number of other political topics as well coming up in our Florida Playbook when we are joined by Politico Florida and Kimberly Leonard, a Politico reporter who will join us and talk about that. We are also tracking new details in the investigation into the death of Anna Kepner, the 18-year-old Titusville teenager who was found dead on board a Carnival cruise ship earlier this month. It's still a lot of questions about that because the FBI at this point has still been very quiet. No official word about what is going on in that case. And so we are continuing to get some more information from other legal sources, court documents and other cases, that family court case that we have had gotten a number of interesting details about. Including that was where we got the first indication that the 16-year-old stepbrother of Anna Kepner was the suspect in this case. Well, today we are now also getting our first look at the death certificate for Anna Kepner and some new details coming from that as well. Let me see here. Trying to bring in Fox 35's Esther Bauer. I'm not sure if she is able to hear me right now. Esther, are you able to hear me before I kind of pull you up here? She cannot hear me. Okay, so we will have to work on that and check back in just a little bit. But let me go ahead and pull up that death certificate for you. Fox News obtained this. You can find out more about it on foxnews.com. We also have more information on fox35orlando.com. What you're going to see in this death certificate, and obviously the personal information has been redacted, but one thing we have learned from it is that her body has been cremated after her death. What we don't know, though, the public document, which is what this is, does not include how she died. Still no manner of death, still no cause of death, and so there are still a lot of questions surrounding that as the investigation continues. Now I can bring in Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who is joining us live now via Zoom. And Esther, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live as we've discussed continuing to pore over these court documents that give us just little bits of information at a time, and that's just kind of the way that this has all been going over these past couple of weeks.
Yes, and we might get some more information because newly filed today in this unrelated family court case between Anna's stepmother and the stepmother's ex. Now, in that custody battle, they are wanting Anna's stepfather to testify in that case. So this is not super normal because, again, this stepmother is divorcing from a different ex. It's not necessarily common to bring in a new spouse into this unrelated custody battle. But now when you have a custody battle and then you throw in the wrinkle of someone within that custody battle being possibly charged and accused of murdering another family member, this lawyer for the ex-husband is going to want as many people as they can find that could throw a wrench into the mother being fit to care for the other children. So what we are hearing from people that are tracking this case is that the attorney for the ex is wanting this new husband of the stepmother to become part of this case because he wants to prove the stepmom is not fit to care for the other children if this alleged possible murder took place under her watch with her 16-year-old son. So that is the latest development that we are tracking in this case. Not sure what's going to happen, but the criminal defense lawyer that we spoke with said it is likely we will get more details from what was going on that cruise. Where were the parents? What were they doing? Why were these children staying in this room? Those are questions we think this father is going to be asked. Again, the father we're speaking of is Anna's biological father. So he's going to be asked questions like this. And unfortunately, as we're talking about this unrelated family matter battle, divorces, when it comes to kids, when it comes to visitation, when it comes to family court, these cases are already hard and dirty and not necessarily easy to go through. But then when you throw in, this murder and the FBI and a stepson, it just takes it to a different place. So what this ex is trying to do is trying to paint his ex, the stepmom, in the worst light, using anything that they can from this developing criminal situation, trying to get the other minor children out of her care and to be put into his care. So that's what we're tracking. I know you had that death certificate document. Still no updates from the ME, still no updates from the FBI. But as you started to say, just trickling in, we're getting new details on this case, still from that unrelated family court battle. And again, we're tracking the case closely. Still no word on whether or not the judge involved is going to put that gag order, is going to seal the case. If that were to happen, the upcoming court hearing, which is slated for December 5th, that could be totally closed off. Press public ban. As of now, nothing's been filed. So this, where we could see the father have to share his side of the story or answer questions on what happened, is slated for December 5th.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up that gag order that we talked about yesterday, because that is a notable piece here while we wait on that, because this testimony that the father is now being subpoenaed to show up and provide. We don't know how much of it we may get to hear, or what more may come of that. So certainly something that we're watching closely. Well, Fox 35's Esther Bauer, we appreciate your reporting on this, and we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Yes, and we'll continue to follow the updates as we can.
All right, we are going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Thanks, Esther. welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. It is the time of the show where we check in for some of the big stories happening in the Bay Area today. So we are going to go to Fox 13 Tampa Bay and Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, we have some big news coming out of Clearwater today. 4 men who were reported missing last night after they didn't return home from a fishing trip were rescued around 7:15 this morning. They were actually clinging to their capsized catamaran. Now, the men who are ages 90, 70, 42, and 18, they were reported missing around 8:30 p.m. when family members said they didn't return from a fishing trip that they took yesterday morning. Police went to the Seminole Street boat ramp where the men left from, and they found their trailer last night. Then they launched an air search, and they had to stop last night, and they began as soon as daybreak broke this morning. Now, the family said that though the men are from Mulberry, they often fished in Clearwater, and they did say that these men have had mechanical issues with that particular boat in the past. Now, the men, they were found, again, around 7:15 this morning on their capsized boat about 26 miles off of Clearwater Pass. The men were brought to the Coast Guard station on Sand Key a little after 9 a.m. where emergency medical personnel were waiting for them and took them to Morton Plant Hospital. We are told that all of the men are stable. Now, when the boat docked on Sand Key this morning, we saw a few of the men walk off the boat into the waiting arms of loved ones, but we did see one man being wheeled off that boat on a stretcher. Now, the men reportedly told investigators that their boat began taking on water and overturned sometime between noon and 1 p.m. yesterday. They were found atop of that overturned catamaran about 20 hours later. Again, that was around 7:15 this morning. Now, officials said that there were at least 3 cell phones on board that boat with the men. But once you get past a certain point, those cell phones will no longer work. Now, police did note that the last cell phone ping from any of those men was yesterday morning off of a Palm Harbor tower. Again, we are told that all 4 of these men, they were found alive around 7:15 this morning and taken to the hospital. They were told that these men, though they did often fish in Clearwater, this particular fishing trip was to celebrate Dennis Wood's 70th birthday. Garrett?
My gosh, that celebration certainly did not go how they planned it, but what a miracle that they were found and found alive. I know still some questions about their condition, but just very grateful that they were found. And like you said, we do know they are stable at this point, which is certainly a good sign.
Yes, we were told that all of the men are stable. They were all taken to Morton Plant Hospital. We were told that one of these men, he is a reverend over in Polk County, and they are calling this rescue a Thanksgiving miracle.
That's a good way to put it. Certainly no doubt about that. Well, our second story in the Tampa connection, and that's an update in a high-profile suspected road rage shooting.
Yes, that's right. Joel Moreno Cobo, he was denied bond yesterday, and the state was arguing that he actually instigated a situation that led to the shooting death of a popular DJ in what's being called a road rage incident. Now, the shooting happened on November 14th in Ybor City. Cobo was accused of shooting and killing Dedrick Sykes, who is also known in Tampa nightlife as DJ Shy Guy. Witnesses told police the 2 drivers exchanged words after a traffic dispute, and within seconds, gunfire erupted, striking Sykes. He was taken to a hospital where he later died. Now, police say the gun was recovered from Cobo's waistband at the scene, and according to court documents, Moreno Cobo told detectives that he was at a stop sign on East 5th Avenue at North 22nd Street, and he reportedly told detectives that there was an SUV blocking the intersection, so he flashed his lights in hopes that it would move. Court filings show that Moreno Cobo told investigators he heard Sykes yelling profanities out of his Jeep as he turned onto East 5th Avenue. Sykes allegedly stopped his Jeep in the road, got out, and told Moreno Cobo to get out of his car as he walked toward it. One witness who saw Sykes get out of his car told investigators that he heard gunshots about 2 seconds later. Moreno Cobo allegedly told investigators he didn't see any weapons on Sykes or hear him make any threats, but he said he felt like Sykes was going to hit him. According to court documents, Moreno Cobo told detectives he felt threatened because he didn't know Sykes was getting out of his Jeep and what he was going to do. Now, yesterday, a detective with the Tampa Police Department testified about the evidence collected, witness statements, and statements from Moreno Cobo about the moment Sykes allegedly started approaching his car. The state focused on Moreno Cobo's admission that he did not see any weapons on Sykes or hear him making any threats. The defense argued that Moreno Cobo still felt threatened in the situation because he didn't know what Sykes was going to do. Moreno Cobo's attorney also said there's no evidence that he got out of his car during the confrontation. However, the judge questioned whether those actions justified the use of deadly force in this situation. Now, during Monday's hearing, the state also brought up an incident involving Moreno Cobo earlier this year. When asked during the hearing, the detective said a bullet shattered the door of a business in Ybor. She said surveillance footage showed Moreno Cobo fighting with another man who appeared to be having a mental health crisis. The detective said Moreno Cobo told investigators that he was in his car when he saw the man acting erratically and throwing something across the road that hit his car. The detective said surveillance video showed Moreno Cobo get out of his car and hit the man with a gun numerous times until the man was on the ground. The detective says that the gun discharged at one point and the bullet shattered the door of the nearby business. The defense pointed out that this incident happened months ago and that Moreno Cobo had not been arrested. She said Moreno Cobo was also cooperating during this investigation. However, that incident did factor into the judge's decision to keep him in jail. Now, Moreno Cobo's attorney can choose to file a motion for a stand your ground hearing in the future. Garrett?
All right, continue to watch that case. And finally, Nancy, disturbing allegations in this case out of Pinellas County.
Yeah, a caregiver is accused of abandoning a disabled adult inside of a Largo park. Now, the woman who was abandoned in the park is 69 years old, cannot walk without a walker, and wears adult diapers. Authorities said her caregiver, that would be 58-year-old Teresa Baldwin, took the woman to the park yet around 3 p.m. last Monday. Park staff found that woman asleep on the sidewalk the next morning without her walker and without her medication. Those park workers also said that that woman had soiled herself. Investigators said the woman's cell phone had also been taken. Baldwin was arrested on Friday and charged with neglect of an elderly person, possession of crack cocaine, and is being investigated for exploitation of the victim. Now, according to the Department of Children and Families, Baldwin has been accused of exploitation in the past. She had been legally responsible for the woman's care at the time of the incident. Now, anyone in Florida who witnesses or who suspects elder abuse can report it to the Department of Elder Affairs. Their hotline is 1-800-96-ABUSE. And if you don't want to call that hotline, you are asked to call your local law enforcement. Garrett?
All right, it's certainly a disturbing case there. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. Going to bring in Fox 35 storm team meteorologist TJ Springer, who joins me live now. And we know a lot of people are beginning their Thanksgiving travel. Some doing it today. Tomorrow we know is really the busy day.
Yeah.
But thankfully, at least here in our area, the weather is cooperating with it. Can't say that about everywhere across the country, though.
No, some spots picking up, a fair amount of snow, Garrett. Severe tornado watches for some parts of the southeast today. So, the bulk of the lower 48 is quiet, but sadly there are some spots that are certainly not. So hopefully, if anyone is traveling today, can get out without any issues from Mother Nature out at the airports. But you can see those red boxes there. Those are the tornado watches that we're seeing across portions of Alabama and Mississippi. And we're certainly watching out for some severe weather even in portions of eastern Louisiana over into some of Georgia. But to the north, you can see winter weather alerts, winter storm warnings for portions of Minnesota into Wisconsin, for some spots picking up around a foot of snow, a winter wonderland as we approach Turkey Day. Now, if you are traveling, certainly want to keep tabs on all of the latest flight information, but as we progress through the day, both of these systems going to continue to work eastbound, and eventually that same cold front that's producing the severe weather to our northwest is going to be the same one that brings the potential for a couple showers for us and eventually a cool down. Things looking a little better for Thanksgiving Eve. Still some wind-driven snow across portions of the Dakotas into northern Iowa, Wisconsin, and Minnesota on Wednesday. That cold front started to knock on our doorstep. Anyone traveling up toward the mid-Atlantic, even into New England, the potential for some delays, widespread rain, some embedded thunder there with the instability boosting ahead of this front. And finally, on Turkey Day itself, Thanksgiving, this front is swinging through central Florida. Still some lingering snow across the northern tier of the country. But at least it's going to be a quieter Thanksgiving. Garrett, there's going to be a system that's moving onto the Pacific coast. That one we'll have to watch later on in the next 7 to 10 day period. But it's looking like, at least for us, chances for rain slimmer. Black Friday just going to be really chilly. That Arctic air just spills out of the Canadian provinces right into the northern portion of the country. Highs only in the 20s and 30s for those in Chicago and Minneapolis. But I'd say for us, certainly a modified Arctic air mass, temperatures around 70 degrees on Thanksgiving, then on Black Friday, definitely a little bit cooler.
Much better than the foot to 2 feet of snow that you could see in Minnesota and Michigan.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, it's wild to think that, people are going to be potentially cooking their Thanksgiving dinner to a winter wonderland out their windows.
Yeah. Forget a white Christmas. It's a white Thanksgiving.
A white Thanksgiving, yeah. There's a sliver of me that would take it, but I think I'm probably the outlier. I'm probably the
Yep, you're the outlier. You are definitely the outlier. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
Thankfully, no snow.
No snow.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Let's talk a little Florida politics here on what we like to call Playbook Tuesday, where we bring in Kimberly Leonard, who is a reporter with Politico Florida and the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter that you can get in your inbox every weekday morning. And Kimberly, always good talking politics with you, and we appreciate you joining us here today on Florida Live.
Yeah, happy almost Thanksgiving.
Yeah, almost there. Just a couple of days away. Now let's start here because one thing you wrote about in today's playbook is the tensions with Venezuela and how lawmakers here in Florida are really keeping a close eye on this for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, look, we have a huge Venezuelan American community in Florida, both in Central Florida and in South Florida, where I'm located. And there's been this military buildup that the U.S. has been doing for the last 2 months, and they've been, striking vessels, causing dozens of deaths. The vessels, they claim, are carrying drugs to the United States. Obviously, we don't know for sure, but that is what they tell us. There's a lot of suspicion that they're trying to unseat President Maduro and install the person who was elected democratically. And there's a lot of nervousness about what that'll mean. Obviously, if they're successful, I think that there could be, a lot of positive out of that, especially for people from Venezuela, some of whom, by the way, are eager to return or to be able to even visit because it's so unsafe right now. But if this doesn't go well, it could be a very prolonged situation of economic turmoil and, possibly cost lives, possibly full-on war breaking out. So we're just seeing this tension really build up about, on the one hand, people, don't want Maduro to stay in power, but on the other hand, they don't want America to be involved in these, wars in other countries. And a lot of, those who supported Trump supported him for that reason. And so there's a tension there. Trump, on the other hand, continues to say that he is open to diplomatic talks. So it's really keeping us all guessing, but it does seem to be sort of hitting a boiling point very, very soon.
Something to continue to watch. And as you highlighted in Florida Playbook this morning, a recent poll showing 70% of Americans oppose the U.S. taking military action there in Venezuela.
Yeah, and listen, that's a general poll to the rest of the U.S. We have a huge Venezuelan American population in Florida, so I'm not sure what that looks like when you start to poll specifically within, the diaspora community. But it does show that, what happens in Venezuela could then trickle into the midterms, into some of these other races where they might, tie whatever Trump does to what Republicans are doing, for example. So it's just another factor that can weigh in on how people cast their votes.
And so one tension, certainly a source of major tension there. Let's also talk, because we've seen some leaders here in Florida pushing back against the president when it comes to his proposal for drilling along Florida's Gulf Coast. What's the latest on that?
Yeah. Well, on Monday for Florida Playbook, I sort of was sitting down and saying, this oil drilling proposal to off the Gulf is really the first time that we have seen Florida leaders from the Republican Party really come out against something President Trump has proposed. I mean, left and right, no matter what he has, wanted to do this year, you pretty much have seen Florida politicians raise their hands and ask to be a part of these things. But when it came to the idea of drilling, off of our coasts, you think about the possible pollution to happen there, the possible, not just with a spill, but just the generally operating out there, thinking of that affecting the shoreline, thinking of it affecting real estate, the environment. And there's also some military training centers out there. The delegation of Florida in Congress really came out very united, saying, please don't do this. Please reconsider this draft proposal to drill off our shores. And even Governor Ron DeSantis, who has worked very hard to mend his relationship with President Trump, very firmly said, listen, you had a drilling pause in place in 2020. Let's go ahead and continue that. So they weren't aggressively going up against the president, but it was very clear that this particular proposal had crossed a line in a way that nothing else President Trump had done so far since his second term in office had really come through. So it was just a very interesting development.
Yeah, certainly interesting to see because, like you said, not really something that we have seen. But there is a potential, as you also wrote about, for some other potential headaches regarding Trump positions in the Sunshine State. And one of those things potentially being AI.
Yeah, and this is a big question mark, I would say, because I don't know what exactly President Trump or Governor DeSantis wants to do on AI, but Governor DeSantis has been raising a lot of concerns about AI's effect on kids and jobs. And so he has been sort of previewing this AI Bill of Rights that he has yet to outline, but has said that he's going to be proposing it as part of, the legislation that he wants the legislature to pass when they meet for the regular session in January. Now, the legislature hasn't said what they want to do, but they had set up a meeting to take place in December to really go over what AI is doing, have a sort of AI week and talk about, what it might mean for the economy. When I reached out to the state house, they said, well, we never intended it to be any kind of regulatory bill. We just wanted to kind of look at this. So I'm not sure what exactly they're going to do, but all that to say is this could be running into headway with the Trump administration. Politico did scoop that the White House is working on some kind of executive order to essentially preempt whatever states want to do to regulate AI. So this could be another area of tension, especially since the governor really has been talking about this a lot. It's clear that it really is important to him. And so this might be an area where they just, go in different directions.
Yeah, certainly going to be interesting to watch what happens with that. And finally here, new developments when it comes to the Trump Presidential Library. We know there have been some issues and some questions surrounding that land transfer. There was a court hearing yesterday, and you're continuing to track more developments on this even today, Kimberly.
Yes, a couple big things have already happened in this short holiday week. So on Monday, the judge met with both sides during a hearing, and she, heard both of their arguments. One wanted the case basically put on hold, and the other side wanted a trial to start as soon as April. Well, she said, no, we are going to go ahead with the trial, but we're going to do it in August. So she set those dates for August 3 through 14. And by setting a trial date, what she's essentially doing is saying, okay, now you guys can start to interview witnesses in the case. And some of that information could start making its way to filings and things like that. Then today, there was a meeting by Miami-Dade College where it was not on the agenda, but they ended up bringing it up, where they were basically given a very short update about what had just happened and the fact that the trial was going to take place. And the trustees were meeting, and they said, okay, maybe instead of going ahead with this trial, we could just redo the vote, because that issue of this vote is whether they followed all open government laws and effectively put all the information out there for the public to see. And they said, all right, let's make this moot. Let's go ahead and redo it probably as soon as the first week in December. They haven't specified the exact date yet. They're going to check their schedules, but they said it possibly as early as then. And so they will actually re-vote to transfer the land over to the state, which then wants to transfer it to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation. So it's all a little bit mechanical and wonky, but public records laws, are important to our state. And by noticing this meeting, they will probably guarantee that there will be a huge crowd at this hearing of people wanting to testify on this decision.
But like you said, because of the public records kind of aspect of this, there are implications of this, and the reason that this is kind of in court to begin with.
Yeah, so the reason that, and there was a local activist, Professor Dunn, who had sued because he said, when you all first voted on this, you did not follow open record laws. You didn't notice what it was about. You didn't tell the public, et cetera. And so what people were concerned about, who are, and basically open government experts, was if the lawsuit was not successful, what that might mean for other government meetings across the state. And would they follow suit and also not provide as much disclosure as is typically done? So it both probably quickens the land transfer and also helps to helps to not set a precedent, basically, about these records. And so for people who, want to know what the government is up to, that's probably good news.
Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter and the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter. Always appreciate you joining us, and thanks for talking with us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and as we do so, give you a live look at the Freedom Tower right beside that, the land for the potential future Trump Presidential Library. We're going to take a break, and we will be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live, and some breaking news here. President Donald Trump putting on Truth Social just 4 minutes ago, talking about the war in Russia and Ukraine. This post coming after a U.S. official telling Fox News earlier today that Ukraine has essentially agreed to a peace deal that would end that war with Russia with just some minor details still to be sorted out. President Trump putting this on Truth Social again just a few moments ago, saying they've made tremendous progress with respect to ending the war there, pointing out that last month 25,000 soldiers died. As he says here in the post, there are only a few remaining points of disagreement in the original 28-point peace plan. Says he has directed a special envoy to meet with President Putin in Moscow. And at the same time, a Secretary of the Army going to be meeting with the Ukrainians, with the President, the Vice President, the Secretary of State, Secretary of War, and others going to be briefed on that progress, saying I look forward to hopefully meeting with President Zelensky and President Putin soon, but only when the deal to end this war is final or in its final stages. So again, it appears major progress being made in ending the Russian war on Ukraine that has been going on, and continuing to see a number of folks die in that. So encouraging signs of progress with that, with the reporting earlier from Fox News, and now essentially confirmation from President Trump as well. Well, here in Central Florida, we're continuing to trace the impact of a high-profile case involving an alleged illegal gambling ring out of Osceola County that took down the sheriff at the time, Marcos Lopez. He has now been suspended. He and several others facing charges, and now all of his co-defendants in this case, including his estranged wife, have now pleaded guilty and could testify against him if his case goes to trial. So the big news yesterday was that his estranged wife, Robin Severance Lopez, pleaded guilty on a lesser charge of money laundering, and that Christian O'Dio Caron who is believed to be kind of the ringleader here, according to investigators. He also entered a guilty plea. So I talked earlier with Jose Rivas, who is a criminal defense attorney, not part of this case, but was able to share some perspective about what this might mean for the case against suspended Sheriff Marcos Lopez, whether that case is likely to still head to trial, and if it does, whether we will hear a testimony from those co-defendants potentially testifying against the former sheriff.
Well, we remember she was out on bond. They revoked her bond, put her back in jail, and now, it's when you don't have any time and you're in custody, you're going to take a deal. What they did was they offer her a lesser account, which is money laundering, which is different from RICO or racketeering. Money laundering deals specifically with one particular action. For example, you receive money in this particular case, you receive money knowing that it was illegal, illicit money. You try to what we call money laundering. So it's very specific. On the other hand, racketeering is you don't even need to participate in the actual crime. The simple fact of just being in an agreement to participate, in an illegal activity, and you can be distant yourself from the actual action. So it's a lesser count. It's a third-degree felony, which is punishable up to 5 years. She got 24 months probation. She can technically terminate at 12 months. What's interesting about this is that if you read the third page of the plea form, right, it says that she must be available to testify at the trial proceedings, anything that's relevant to this information without subpoena. So they don't even need to subpoena her. They can just tell her, we need you here tomorrow for Marco Lopez trial, and she needs to show up, and she'll have to testify.
She had previously rejected a plea deal, Jose. We heard a conversation about that in the last time that we saw her in court, and one of the reasons that they said she had kind of turned that down was because she didn't want to be adjudicated guilty, and so was not interested in a plea deal. What do you think changed to now see a guilty plea?
Well, I mean, the reality is that, and that's the reason, the prosecution, violated her second time and put her back in jail. When you're in jail, in the judicial system, if you have time and money there, you can get a lot of results. Money, you can hire experts, attorneys, time, but she did not have any time. She's in custody. She has a minor son that's outside. She needs to get back home and take care of it. So you have to wait. What are the pros and the cons? And, at this particular deal, she took the deal. Otherwise, this trial could have been taken several other months, a big toll on you, on your family, your financials, and sometimes it's a decision that you make to take the deal and move on.
And Krishna Diakaran, one of the other co-defendants in this case, he was expected to testify that he handed too. So if you were Robin Severance Lopez's defense attorney and you heard that or you saw that, you learned that was going to come out in court, at that point, does that kind of change the math too, Jose, as far as what you may be recommending for your client, whether to change their plea or not?
You do, but you also have to take it with a grain of salt, right? These are individuals who are offered some kind of immunity, some kind of plea deal if you give us testimony. Prosecution will tell you, you want to help yourself, help us. What can you tell us? So, you always have the opportunity to take the case to trial and cross-examine their motive. And that's one of the questions you would ask them. Did they give you a better deal because you testify? Then you're going to start breaking into their testimony, trying to attack their credibility. But nonetheless, at the end of the day, when you have an offer of probation, you get to go home today, no more jail exposure, something you have to think about it. And some individuals, they don't want to be in jail. It's a very tough place to be.
Now let's talk about Marcos Lopez. He is really the only co-defendant in this case who has not entered a plea. Do you expect his case to go to trial, or do you think we will eventually see a plea deal with him as well?
Well, it's a classic example of the last man standing. He's the last individual, and what's ironic in this case, the person who's on top of the organization, allegedly who was running the organization, opening up the gambling homes and making, benefiting the most financially, that person, he's received a deal from the state. This particular case, perhaps they've given them a plea deal, but he hasn't accepted. The state will come in, give you a deal, take it or leave it. If you don't like it, you can go to trial. So it's a waiting game, but he's not in a good position right now because if he decides to go to trial, the state has a bus full of witnesses that come in and testify. So just a matter of waiting and see whether they can come to some kind of agreement that he can accept. I assume that most likely it's going to involve jail time, but at the same time, you got to take a risk at some point. Sometimes the offer is so bad that you have nothing to lose. For example, if he scores X amount and they're offering a long time in prison, sometimes you have nothing to lose but to take the case to trial and have your day in court.
But it would have to feel like if you're Marcos Lopez or his attorney that the walls are kind of closing in on you now that everyone has pleaded guilty and, as you said, would be available to testify against him.
They would. The problem with this case is it has a lot of counts, several counts, 10 or 12 different counts. And you only need to be adjudicated guilty or one, found guilty by a jury of one to have the maximum sentencing exposure. So it's a very risky operation in the sense that you have to really risk what can the jury come back guilty with, or what can the state prove. It's a lot of witnesses, but at the same time, we have all these other co-defendants that have turned against you. It's a great opportunity to tell the state, you took everyone else, you gave everybody a deal, and my client's here today because he's innocent. He wants to stay in trial because he's innocent, because all the other witnesses that you have, they all play guilty, and they had a motive to come in, testify, and give a proffer and cooperate with you against my client. That would be the argument if you're the last man standing.
At the same time, these are serious charges against Marcos Lopez, especially when you consider that he was an elected official. Do you think there's anything to it to where maybe prosecutors as well wouldn't want to see him with a plea deal and instead want this to go to trial to make a point? Do you think it waters it down at all if he ends up pleading guilty to potentially lesser charges?
Absolutely. And here's the issue with this case. They're focusing the prosecution on somebody who has a lesser involvement in the crime. Karen, who actually pled guilty yesterday, he was allegedly the head of the organization. Marco Lopez's involvement, what the allegations are, that he aided or abated or helped this organization. But usually in the judicial system, you're after the big fish. The big fish pled yesterday. The big fish got a deal from the state. And what are we doing right now? We're focusing on the little fish. We're focused on the little fish because he's a public official. But the reality is there's nothing in the statute. When it comes to racketeering and some of the other charges, money laundering that he has, there's nothing in the Florida statute, in the law, that says that you must get an enhanced penalty for being a public servant or being somebody that's involved in the community. That's not an element of the crime. That's not an element that the jury needs to determine. Now, does he have additional charges, perhaps doing accepting money during the campaign? Those are minor charges. But as far as the racketeering, there's nothing that enhances the penalty when you're a public figure. He should get the same treatment and the same sentencing, or actually less, that the other individual who's in head of the organization.
So he's due back in court, Marcos Lopez is, for a plea negotiation conference scheduled for December 2nd. What will you be watching for now as this case moves forward, since he is the last man standing, as you said?
Well, plea negotiation conference is not necessarily a plea. It's a status. At this, I think there's negotiations going back and forth. I think the fact that his estranged wife is now out home, she's taking care of her children. I think that's perhaps in a strategy. You say, listen, I'll take the heat. I'll do the time. Take some kind of deal. Or if he wants to go to trial. But the main focus right now is the judge is going to say, listen, this case has been going on for 5 months. All the witnesses have already entered a plea. We're ready to move forward. What are we going to do with this case? Are we going to take it to trial, or is there an offer? Now, in the middle of this conference, a lot of times the judge is going to look and say, listen, what is the offer from the state? What does he score? At some point, if he doesn't like the offer from the state, or the offer from the state is above what we call the score, the guidelines, he can also do an open plea. An open plea is when you tell the judge, listen, I don't want to go to trial. I don't like the state's offer. Can you sentence me? And that might be another option that every defendant has in our judicial system.
Jose Rivas joining us earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will certainly keep a close eye on that plea negotiation conference as set for 1 week from today, December 2nd. We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this, so keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. It is Thanksgiving week. We're just a couple of days away, and an 86-year-old stroke survivor is already full of gratitude. Her name is Loretta Fox. She's a former music teacher, and today she was at Holmes Regional Medical Center in Melbourne, where she was thanking the team of neighbors and first responders who rushed to save her life, and she showed her appreciation in a very special way.
Well, I'm a teacher, retired from Wisconsin, and I moved here and taught more, and now I have a music studio, so I'm a music teacher now.
So for how long have you been teaching?
Just about all my life. Starting with graduating from college, I guess about 20 or 21 years, and I'm 86 now.
So tell me what happened that August day. What do you remember?
I was outside watching my dog on the back patio, and that's when I must have collapsed. And then Grandma was next door in her patio, and then she came over to try to help me. And then somehow I went back into the house. I shouldn't have done that, but I did. And then they all came to Maria and Carlos, my neighbors, came, called 911, and then everything zoomed off from there.
How did you feel when you found out you had a stroke?
Well, I didn't know that for a long time, till I woke up, I guess, after all the surgery and everything. Then they said you had a stroke. It was in my left brain, the left side of my brain. So,
what was your reaction to that?
I was just thankful that I was alive. So, and that I could move and walk and talk, and everything was just moved along, just so helpfully.
How do you feel about all these folks here at Health First?
Oh, this is amazing. I can't believe it took this many people to bring me along.
This is Thanksgiving week, so what would you like to give thanks for?
Wow. Family, friends, neighbors, everybody. All my music students brought me flowers and cards, and just, everyone was just so polite and kind and offered their help for anything that I might need. So I was pretty lucky. I'm pretty thankful for everything.
And you're thankful to be alive.
And I'm thankful to be here, yes.
What do you think of this?
It's pretty overwhelming.
Yeah? Dr. Sony, right?
Okay.
You were the attending that day?
Yeah.
Okay, we may have a few questions for you as well.
Okay. I have a nice picture of you and me. Yes.
We're here today to celebrate Loretta, and she's here to give thanks to her many caregivers, the people who saved her life that day back in August. She's here today because she had a full and speedy recovery from a stroke, thanks in part to her neighbors, thanks in part to Brevard Fire Rescue, and thanks in part to the stroke team here at Holmes Regional Medical Center. So this is a thank you story. So aptly put, we're doing this on Thanksgiving week, so this is a fantastic story. We thank everyone for being here to share your story today. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you.
Nadir, I thought you'd want to kind of kick it off and just kind of talk about our partnership with Brevard Fire Rescue.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. I miss Loretta Fox. I'm so glad you're here with us. Carlos and I, we were on our way home, and I got a call from my mother, very alarmed that she saw Loretta fall. Mom was sitting in the backyard, saw Loretta come out of her back door, and fell to the ground. So we flew home. We get there. The front door was unlocked, which was wonderful. And I called her. She didn't reply. I followed. I went into her bedroom and saw her laying in bed. And I knew something was wrong.
Plus years, right? And then you moved down to Brevard County. You taught preschool.
I did kindergarten.
Kindergarten. Now you run a music studio.
Yes.
Symptoms, that's the most important thing. If you remember the acronym FAST, B is for balance, E is for eye changes, right? Moves and changes.
This is a big team.
This is really amazing.
What do you want to say to them?
Just thank you. I couldn't believe how everything went through. And I remember waking up in the hospital with nurses and everybody just hopeful. Everyone's wonderful. I had the best of care. In fact, I was very ready to get up and go to the bathroom, and they said, "Well,
Certainly a heartfelt way to show her appreciation. Loretta Fox thanking the first responders, the doctors, the nurses, the medical team who rushed to save her life after her stroke. Again, this ceremony earlier today at Holmes Regional Medical Center in Melbourne. And I think it's a week that we can all reflect on who and what we are thankful for whatever we have been through in our lives. Well, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live today. We will be back again tomorrow. We will have more live streaming Fox 35 News Plus coverage starting at 11 a.m. We go from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock on Fox Local. This 2 o'clock hour on Fox 35 TV. So you can join us on Wednesday. We'll keep an eye out for you for any potential travel impacts as well. As we wrap up here, let me give you a live look at our Launch Credit Union camera in Titusville on this Tuesday afternoon. Have a good one.